All right, good evening. How's everybody doing tonight? So let's get right into this. No time to waste tonight. Well, that's not strictly speaking true, because if there were no time to waste tonight, would we really be watching
This is
this?
not financial advice, not legal
Questions.
advice for entertainment education
Questions.
purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button,
Make
all that
any
stuff.
financial
So you get a
decisions,
video
not
per month. So don't
any
a lot of that
financial
data, but like I
decisions.
tell y'all every day, the data they release us is false.
False.
False narrative markets, we make bad trading decisions. Listen, everybody's saying AMC's gonna pop next week. AMC
Oh,
go to the
are
moon
they?
next week.
Oh, are they? Are they saying that? Really? You're kidding. Everybody's saying that AMC is going to pop next week. Ah, when? My question is, when does everybody not say that? When does everybody not say that? That is the question here.
Listen, and I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC. That's not what I'm telling you. But I'm going to tell you this. Anything is possible at this point. And when I say anything, anything is possible at this point. AMC could
That's his
go to
great
the moon.
revelation.
AMC could get to $2. Okay?
Yeah, and if it goes to $2, God, would we ever hear the end of it from these idiots? Would we ever hear the end of it? Squatting in a high-end restaurant. Of course. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with this restaurant he's in. I've been trying to think about this here and look at it. And there's a guy over here in a hoodie, and then there's a guy on the left that he's wearing, well, he'll come into the thing into the view here in a minute, and he's wearing a t-shirt. And then you got Donnie here, wearing one of his nice shirts. I
Anything is
don't get
possible
it.
at this point.
I don't get this
The
guy.
market is so volatile. Everything that's going on in the banking sector, the FTDs, the naked shorts.
The banking sector, the naked shorts, the FTDs, okay. The bank, whatever.
The 26 days on the threshold list.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's almost like they don't have, it's almost like the regulation doesn't say 35 days, which is actually less. That's fewer days than 26. I mean, I'm sorry. 26 is fewer days than 35. So what is the big fucking deal? And by the way, it'll go past 35 days. It won't make any difference. It'll make no difference. None.
Anything is possible at this point. And this is just my opinion. Once again, I'm not telling you.
We'll never hear the end of that either, Manuel. We'll never hear the end of it. Ah, we'll never hear the end of it. It will be the crime of the century. And we'll hear all about it.
Buy, hold, or sell. But I
Fuck.
believe that at any time, AMC could take off the minute that.
If this guy smacks his lips this loud when he's just fucking talking, he must be a fucking pig when he eats. That's all I gotta say. God damn, it's annoying.
Algorithms are broken. The minute the whole system crashed, the minute the banks decide that they are not allowing these hedges, these bad actors to kick the can down the road anymore. At that point,
It's a fictional moment in time.
go to the moon. Can
Never
it happen
happened.
next week? Possibly. Could it happen next month? Possibly. I mean, at this point,
Could it never happen?
the market
Nah.
is so volatile, it's so crazy. That remember the way GME popped after 39 days on the threshold list?
No, I don't actually. No, I don't remember that. Does anybody have the details on that? Because they all like to talk about that, but I haven't once seen anybody actually show it. What are the dates? What are the dates, Mister? I gotta take a shit, and so I'm gonna get in the mood when I'm talking. The
And
fuck?
the short interest was only 13%. And AMC short interest is over 25%. And like I told you in the previous video, AMC short interest is probably double that with all those billions of counterfeit shares that they've pushed into the market.
Imagine actually thinking that. God, these. Jesus.
So at any time, at any point, AMC could go to the moon. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think the market
But
is
he
so?
also said earlier in his little video here, which what a great video. Shit. What an awesome video. That it could go to $2. It could go to $2, it could go to the moon, anything could happen. But yeah, of course it's going to go to the moon. We know that. All right, I'm going to break my rule. It's not really a rule, but yeah, fuck it.
Hi guys, welcome back to Morant's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. I think GameStop's a problem, and I know the whole world thinks the world's going to crumble tomorrow. Like, you know, a big bank goes down and no one's talking about it. I know we're talking about it. Yeah, I get that.
Huh?
YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, we're all talking about it. Maybe 2 channels on TV are talking about it. But I went to the club last night, and there was hundreds of people there, popping bottles, dancing
Okay. Sure.
the night away. Oh, and there was a Beastie Boys tribute concert. People just out there yelling out brass.
Yeah, the kind of people going to a Beastie Boys tribute concert, do you think that they sit around and worry about the health of the country's financial system and banking sector? So, good. Great analogy. Great setup here. Awesome.
You know, doing,
Very
and I'm
astute.
just saying to myself, like, they have no idea.
They have no idea.
Are you about to be rich? I mean, are you guys? We're not supposed to dance.
Oh my
We're not
God.
supposed to get this way. Oh man, so many things line up. You know, we've done a lot of DD over the years, diving into companies and how they're over leveraged and how banks are being affected, because that's where the money generates from, right? Even the Fed increasing rates and how they don't call it, you know, inflation, they call it transitory. And that's all stemming from, you know, well, they closed on shorts and GameStop is not an issue, yet we halted the market. And numerous other companies and stocks come up that people have pumped and say, this is the next play, this is the next play. But if me holding one stock in one position is crumbling the world.
Why do you think that? I mean, I'll take delusional beliefs for 500, Alex. Where do you get the idea that holding GameStop caused this? That is the most ignorant shit. The most ignorant fucking shit. And he's about to say, um, and I don't know if Manny, if you saw this video or if you watched it yet, but he's about to lend a helping hand to his brothers and sisters at AMC. I mean, I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is.
And I feel like everything's tied to GameStop, then that's my belief, right? That's my conviction. I can have that.
Sure, you can, and I can sit here and call you a fucking moron. And actually, we have facts to back it up. Unlike you, who has a belief. Belief. Great, you have a belief. People believe all kinds of shit, but you don't have facts.
And people have their other ones. Like I have people out there really thinking, well, Bed Bath & Beyond because, you know, it's so low, or AMC because they've been in popcorn.
Bed Bath &
for 2
Beyond
years.
because it's so low. What a great reason. Because it's so low. Right. It wasn't that long ago that people were like, "Oh, AMC because it's so low." Or GameStop because it's so low. Haven't you figured out yet that because it's so low is not a reason that it's going to go so high? I don't understand where they get this shit from.
And we call it popcorn. That's the name of the stock. Not that they've been in popcorn, the bags, which, by the way, I'm going to try to buy some.
There you
try
go.
to support these guys that need the support. I can't go to an AMC movie theater. There's not one near me, but I can definitely buy some popcorn and help out.
So he's gone full retard here, it appears. Hear that? Did you
Try
hear
to
that?
buy some. And that's the name of the stock. Not that they've been in popcorn, the bags, which, by the way, I'm going to try to buy some. Try to support these guys that need the support. I can't go to an AMC movie theater. There's not one near me, but I can definitely buy some popcorn and help out. I'm a believer in some of you guys who hold the stock. I'm gonna do my best. I'll
Huh?
probably eat the
What? No, you can't be a believer in some of the people that are holding a stock. That makes no sense. No fucking sense. What a fucking sellout. Rance, you are a fucking sellout. Okay, buddy? I'm going to be vocal about it. I don't give a fuck. You have taken the fucking pills. You have taken the fucking pill. Congratulations. You're just like every other grifter on fucking YouTube. And you are fucking fair fucking game. Fair fucking game from now on, which you should have been before, but because you're a little pussy, we backed off. Not happening.
popcorn during the GameStop earnings. How about that? I'm having a reflection Sunday. I have to go to a funeral right now. I'm getting ready,
Aw,
and
what died? Your portfolio?
it's
Well,
kind
that'll be
of
tomorrow.
wow. I'll tell you guys about it. Right, so I'm going to this funeral. It's there's a lot of rich families that'll be there, and when I mean rich families, we're talking about all billionaires. Right, I'm going to the
Right.
Vintage,
All
which is in
billionaires.
the top 3
What is he
most
working?
prestige country club.
No, no. See, he's got to go to a funeral. What he forgot to say was he's serving the dinner. He's a server, right?
In the world.
What?
It's like the elitist of elitist, and you'll see Bill Gates.
He has to be
town.
working
He
at the
lives
funeral.
there. Jim Senegal lives there. John Elway is in town, but there's a lot of families. And Grandma Nina, you guys remember Grandma Nina? Yeah, I do. She used to work at the Vintage for these families for 30 years, for a generation, and she was there. And the weird part about it all is her birthday, which didn't even dawn on me, guys. I tell you, days talk to me, right? I know it's crazy, but well, first, my father's birthday is January 28th, which is the day that the stock market halted for GameStop. Grandma Nina's birthday is March 10th, which is the day that GameStop ran up, ran back down, and then, of course, the day that SBV is being announced that they're being taken over by the FDIC. So all these dates mean something to me, but there's only so many days in the year. Of course, every date can mean something to someone, but I always feel like the universe is talking to me. This is just
I call that mental illness. That's a clear symptom of mental illness. Sorry, I got
video
eating
of
a nutty
me
bar.
sitting here just really thinking about, is this world crashing? Everybody's asked for it. Everybody wants to know, is this world crashing? And we've all said, we're like, the banks have to fail. The market has to correct itself. It's got to come crumbling down. And then we can rock it because they lose the collateral to hold the short this long. And that's what the DD says. And then, the House of Cards and Emperor has.
That makes no sense. When the stock is down, how many percent? That makes no sense. You don't understand how short positions work if you believe that. You haven't taken the, I don't know, half an hour to actually look into it. Makes no sense. None. Zero. I'm so sick of these guys saying this shit. They're not going to be able to hold their short positions anymore because they're going to lose their collateral. Yeah, great. Just keep holding your GameStop.
Has new clothes and connecting the
damn.
dots and any DD you might do, anything you might read or see.
DD is done.
It's so far in real time, it's playing out perfect. So I try not to dance, like I said. I'm so happy that I was able to buy GameStop shares at $17 flat on Friday. And if you give me the opportunity to do it again on Monday, I'll do it again.
Ooh,
right.
That's a threat.
I'm insane.
Look at this big swinging dick here. He thinks he's important because he holds GameStop shares. What a fucking loser. Jesus Christ, I hate this guy.
I'm going to give you one more piece on this. I know this video's longer, and I didn't mean for it to be long, so I apologize.
No, it's not. It's 6 fucking minutes. But it seems like it was an eternity. I agree.
I had a buddy of mine that I talked to yesterday.
God damn.
And I'm on vacation right now. I'm on vacation for not that long, guys. 5 days only. But
5 days
I
and you
said,
got to
hey
go to a
man,
funeral.
I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to buy GameStop. And he went ahead and he did the pitch, man. He did it, guys. He did exactly what everybody does. Why? All they do is sell video games. It's a terrible
No, they
company to
don't. They
own.
don't even do that. They don't even fucking do that. They don't even do that. Oh my God.
They're going out of business. What do you mean? I mean, all of it. Just what the narrative is that everyone hears, like that echo chamber.
Oh, are they
And I didn't even have it in
earnings
me
this week?
to just explain everything from the start. All I
Oh
said
shit.
was,
Fuck.
good luck.
Fuck, fuck,
Or I
fuck, fuck,
also said,
fuck.
like, I'm trying to help
God
you.
damn this fucking grifter.
And
Shut up. Okay, what do we got? Damn it. Okay. Okay, so stocks gapped up. That's not entirely surprising to me. Dollar gapped way down and bonds are up. Hmm. So I said it in chat. I mentioned it in the chat, and I also mentioned it in the YouTube chat here before the stream started. But I right now, um, there's your teabag fractal. Um, Obviously nobody knows what the hell's going to happen. But I am not buying into the this is the end of the world narrative. I'm not buying into um, it's going to be a banking crisis narrative. I'm not buying into this as a market crash catalyst. Not buying into any of that stuff right now. Um, in fact, I think we could see the market rally next week. We already saw it gap up. Of course, this could be the beginning of a gap and crap. So who knows? But it's on my radar as a possibility. But as Donahue George said, of course, anything's possible at this point, and that's certainly true. Um, it's not really a question of possibilities. It's a question of probabilities, which these people never really understood. But I digress. So there's the futures opening. I knew it would be a lot less exciting than I wanted it to be. And there it is. Maybe we should listen to Tasty Trade and see if they have any insight. I mean, I don't know if they do.
You
Right.
do agree that, I mean, I think that the chances that you don't get that depositors don't get 100% of their money back is minimal, is zero.
I agree with that,
Yeah.
but I think that it actually has to be made very clear tomorrow that that's going to happen in order to preserve. I just think that if you allow the possibility that a depositor is going to be not made whole, that you put all of the too big to fail banks at an incredible risk, because it'll create if you think there was a run on Silicon Valley Bank, you know, why would you keep your money at a bank that wasn't one of the big four that are the legally authorized too big to fail banks if it's possible that you don't get 100 cents on the dollar? So in other words, let's assume Silicon Valley Bank is some combination of bad management and fraud. It's not a systematic. There's clearly no evidence of some sort of.
No. I think it's
not a bunch of bad loans.
Right.
It's blah, blah, blah. It's none
No.
rating
I agree.
agencies. It's a bunch of jackasses who poorly ran a bank, and maybe were criminals. But for sure, we're doing a bad job, even if it was not fraud.
They ran a bank
So that, who knows?
and they're criminals.
People will
That's
know more about
redundant.
that than I
That's a
ever will.
redundant statement, Dylan.
My point is that if depositors are put at risk because of it, I believe the number one risk is in deposits and equity at all of the too big to fail banks. That's what I'm curious to see how PNC. I mean, you can go down the list of all the rest of the banks. Why would you leave your deposits there?
it's been very hard for us to tell over the last couple. I mean, obviously we've seen some, nervousness at like Schwab, because I don't exactly know what all the rumors were, but they act like a bank, and I'm sure some of the other banks have been.
They act like a bank
on Friday, like J.P. Morgan was higher, things like that. But what have you seen elsewhere?
J.P. Morgan was
the
high
US?
on Friday.
Has there been any what's happening elsewhere in Europe?
It was up over 2.5% Friday.
Here in Milan, which is the banking capital,
one of the few banks that was up.
Italy.
What the hell is going on there, Jamie?
Then Italy, is a European banking capital. There's not a sense of anxiety. Certainly, like when I talk to my sources and friends in the financial services industry here, it's more like, what were those guys doing at Silicon Valley? It's more a question of who are the fools running. It's not perceived as a referendum on banking,
sure,
or on credit markets.
I agree.
Or on anything systematic. It's more intrigue. It's like, who are the jackasses that were running that bank, and what exactly were they into, and how will the U.S. regulators how will they contain it to those jackasses and not let it ripple out into all the other banks? So it's one part, a little bit of.
I don't think it will ripple out to the other banks. I don't think it can. I don't really think it could.
And then intrigue as to how will regulators prevent this from rippling.
So
maybe it could, but I don't think it will.
Because I think Yellen said the right thing, which is we're not bailing them out, but essentially we're going to help to facilitate.
We're not going to bail them out. We're just going to guarantee everything.
We're not going to bail them out, but we're going to help to facilitate a buyer. And so,
I mean, I think their best case is they
where's
get
Elon Musk when you need him?
Morgan City,
by the way,
Chase, or Wells.
You should have bought Twitter. You could have bought this bank.
Before they opened.
The savior of Silicon Valley.
Right, like I think there's a coin toss chance.
It's the Bear Stearns model.
Huh?
It's the Bear Stearns model.
Bear Stearns without the $2.
It's the same shit, different decade.
Exactly.
But here's
their best case.
You're basically, see, the difference is at Bear Stearns and Lehman and things like that, there were products with risk. This one is just some long-term, this is like 10-year paper, government paper mostly.
Which is why it's a layup for JP Morgan.
Exactly. There's no risk in the trade. You're just basically lending money at some plus number, at some number of basis points over the yield to maturity. That's all it is. It's a
and
free.
All you have to do is use your balance sheet to
That's right.
stabilize the psychology, and then just can wait to collect on all the promissory note, all the notes.
That's right.
Have shown no evidence of being compromised.
Right, which is why I don't understand why,
just make all the customers pay $8 a month for Model 3 dude, and they can raise the cash they need.
For the open tomorrow. I think that if everybody is not incoherent, I think that the only issue is going to be here is there's all this the big executives.
I was kidding about
stock 2 weeks
Elon
ago.
buying it.
Like, this is going to be much more about either bad management or criminal fraud.
That's where the fraud comes in. I agree.
Oh, that is the fraud, Tony. Tony, listen, their mark-to-market losses started a year and a half ago. The fact that they didn't disclose those losses and that
nobody knew about them. I looked at their balance sheet. I looked at their financials, and I didn't see it anywhere. You had no indication.
Losses.
That's fucked
criminal.
up.
That's what Dylan's saying. That's a layup. I think this is an absolute layup.
But I think that's why I think that the market knows way more than I ever will. But the market is not in a fit this afternoon or this evening, right? If you look, whatever it's doing, it's not.
No, the S&Ps and the NASDAQ futures are up, and bonds are higher too.
So I would argue that the market it moved past this. I think the market is at the point where they're like, okay, this is not a systematic issue.
Exactly what I'm saying. But you're going to have a lot of people.
Ideally, one of the big four has a deal to.
We're going to lose a lot of money
tomorrow
because they think it is.
It all goes away, and then it's just a criminal issue with these people that were selling stock in a company that they knew was worthless.
So
yeah,
and then we move
basically
on and talk about something else. I think that we have a bank failures are always so shocking and exciting and sort of nerve-wracking.
Exciting.
And what we went through in 2008, that anything like it, brings up, it's like trauma recall from 2008, 2009. But I think this will move very quick. I'll be shocked if this is a topic beyond a soap opera for a criminal trial with the management.
Well, he's
No, we
discounting
can't
the
get
role of
Bankman
AMC
Fried or
grifters in this.
SBF in jail. We're not going to get anybody from SVB in jail. I mean,
don't you?
They
you
don't
got to
have
go in
you
alphabetical order. I mean,
need to have
we're
real
way down
money
the
to
line.
stay out of jail. You need to have tens of billions will keep you out of jail. I don't think these fools have that kind of dough.
I think there's going to be, I think there could be bunkmates.
I mean, if anything, I would say there's maybe it's even too late because it was already turning Friday. But I would say if the non too big to fail banks open lower, I think that's probably a buying opportunity personally. Because I think it's sort of a overreaction, like whether
I was thinking the same thing.
It's Fifth Third and PNC, whatever the sort of fifth through 10th largest banks are, because JP Morgan, Citi, Wells Fargo, and B of A are basically government institutions that collect private profits. They were certified as such in 2009. It's that next tier down that people are like, oh, well, if there's a run on, if they don't pay 100 cents at Silicon Valley, then why would I leave my deposits at PNC or wherever? I'll move it over to JP Morgan because I know JP Morgan, they'll always bail them out, right? So I would say that there's a risk profile with that set of banks, but also maybe an opportunity. And then I think really it comes down to the insanity of the solution to the financial crisis, which I think creating two classes of banks is nuts. Because how does a small regional bank compete with a bank that's guaranteed by the government? Like four banks are guaranteed by the government, but collect all the profits, and everybody else is the law of the jungle. It's just, it's nuts.
Mr. Radigan, that was beautiful.
Good job out of you, Dylan. Thank you so much.
You like my Johnny?
100% bad back.
It's nuts.
100%.
It was very on the night of the Oscars. It was very dramatic.
I'm working on it.
Dylan,
I love it.
We'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate
Bye,
your
guys.
time.
All right, enjoy.
Enjoy. We're going to bring on Chris Vecchio and Ilya on the show. Ilya from California. Going to be interested to hear what you have to say. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, guys, and thanks for hanging in there and changing up the format tonight to the four of us as opposed to the usual tag team. You heard Dylan's take on. Before we get into your guys' take, I mean, I have to say, because usually Dylan and I don't always see eye to eye on everything, but I have to tell you, I'm pretty much I'm in Dylan Radigan's camp on this one. That's the way I see this. Go ahead, Chris. What do you got for us?
Well, I was surprised to hear that you thought it was a bit more of an isolated case and a one-off, and certainly there are going to be some potential ramifications if government regulators don't step in immediately and guarantee all deposits in some form or fashion. It looks like that most people will be made 50% whole potentially tomorrow, and then over the next several days they'll get the rest of their money. In terms of how this works out, right?
It's more than the next couple of days, at least from what I read.
It could take up to a few months, right? But a lot of people will probably get a good bulk of what they've had deposited there. Will equity holders be made whole? No, they'll be wiped out. Bond holders probably wiped out. But depositors, those are the people that the government's really caring about right now in this situation. And a lot of that's due to because of what happened in 2007, 2008, right? Prior to that, banking was kind of exciting. And ever since then, it's been a bit of a boring business because of all the high capital requirements. It's ironic that what's happened to SVB has happened because of the Federal Reserve's actions. SVB buys a whole bunch of agency and treasury debt back at basically the peak of interest rates in 2020, 2021. And as a result, they choose not to float those rates and they get stuck with these fixed bonds. And ultimately these bonds, they just lose value as the Fed raises rates and treasury yields go up and up and up. And so, is this systemic? I don't think so, Tom. I agree with you. I think this is really unique. I think there are other banks that have similar types of situations on their balance sheets, like First Republic, are probably going to be going through the rough and tumble the next few days. But in terms of the government not backstopping this, I'm not surprised the market's up here at the start of Sunday trading, because what choice did they have otherwise?
I totally agree, but Ilya, let's go to you first. And I mean, Chris makes total sense. That's I feel like since we've had the whole weekend to process this, I feel like we're all kind of on the same page now, which is crazy. But Ilya, what do you think?
I mean, this is basically echoing what Chris and I were talking about on Futures Power Hour on Friday as all of this was unfolding, that the issue here is not about Silicon Valley Bank being a contagious thing unto itself. The issue is when you sort of see the impact of tightening and end of rates start to kind of get more so absorbed, right? Because we've all been conditioned on the cliche that monetary policy is long and variable lags, right? That it takes time to fully absorb into the economy.
Monetary policy is not a panacea.
That's right. and that all of it squeezes, and you never know where it's going to squeeze the wrong thing until it does. And that really the concern here is not about Silicon Valley Bank being contagious. It's about what else is out there now that we've graduated from an FTX, say, an obvious fraud, to something like this, which is the 16th largest bank. At what other things are there at this level of concern, at this level of size? And really, that's it. It's about this as an example, not about this as a standalone source of risk.
Well, Tony, something you brought up earlier today, which I'm going to throw back at you.
Sure.
Doesn't this whole thing get solved if everybody's required to mark everything to market?
It's unbelievable.
Isn't that the simplest solution?
I had no idea that banks don't do this with their risk.
Pretty wild.
It's unbelievable how you could buy something for $100 as a bank, or use it as collateral as $100 if it's only worth $50, $60, or $70. It makes no sense to me how everything isn't marked to market. Now, mark to market,
of course.
means at the end of the day, it's marked to its fair value, not its perceived value, not what you expect it to be.
So how are we required by the regulators, if Tony Batista's account at the end of the day has to be marked to theoretical value, right? In order to trade, in order for margin, everything else. How do we let these banks get away with not marking their portfolios, that can create this there's no reason for this event to ever happen if they just were forced to mark everything to market.
It's so simple. It's so simple. It has to be the answer.
They do it for tax and accounting reasons, right? They can classify the debt interest that they receive different for taxes by saying that they intend on holding this debt to maturity, and so they don't have to. By having it as a held to maturity designation, they don't have to mark it to market.
You can't borrow on 100 cents on the dollar if it's only worth 50. If I buy a house and it's worth $100,000, and for argument's sakes, something happens in the neighborhood, it's only worth $50,000. The bank is going to come to me, ask me for more collateral because my ratio doesn't meet their requirements anymore, or I can't go out and take a loan for $80,000 or $90,000 on the house because they're going to reassess the house and say it's only worth $50,000. Forget about taxes. Forget about.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. I agree with Tony. I agree 100%.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying that's why they're doing it.
They're hiding under. You can't, in good conscience, with billions of dollars. Now, we're not talking about, trying to get over on some taxes. We're talking about billions of dollars that aren't yours, and say, hey, you know what? I have this in collateral. I'm whole and solvent, knowing fair well that collateral is not worth what you're saying it is.
Before, I'm going to break this up for just 1 second to suggest with SPOO's up almost 50 right now.
Which really is just unchanged. I haven't seen a Sunday night like this since before we did the show.
But Dow's up 250, SPOOs are up 45. I'm going to guess that they've already found a buyer.
Yeah, absolutely. Volatility just went down by a full point. It was unchanged.
So Tom thinks they already found a buyer for SVB.
98 cents. And it's kind of crazy. And I'm just looking at some of these markets. And, I talked about the yield curve earlier. It's absolutely exploding today, meaning it's steepening in a huge way. I think this is in so many ways such a transformational moment and I think this explains the craziness of the yield curve. I think this this whole event explains the craziness of the yield curve. I think it explains a lot of stuff about, it exposed another crack. Like, I don't think, I know I've already heard people blaming the Fed and all this kind of stuff. Listen, I love to blame the Fed, but this is all about incompetence, stupidity, and
Tom, 1 month ago, Forbes ranked Silicon Bank the top bank in its industry.
Okay, hold on.
Silicon Valley Bank. You're saying it wrong. Silicon.
Hold on for 1 second.
A month ago, they gave out bonuses.
I understand. And I watched the Jim Cramer piece and I listened to all these analysts talk about Silicon Valley Bank. If the CEO of the bank looks you in the face and tells you there are no issues, they're in great shape, you have no reason to. It's complete
I'm not blaming
fraud.
reporters. I'm not blaming.
No, I understand. I'm not blaming. That's why I'm saying, I'm not even blaming a guy like Jim Cramer or he's the only outspoken person that people recognize. But I saw his piece. Like, if the CEO tells you something, hey, we have no risk, our bank's in great shape, it's just underpriced, you have to take him at his word. And so I don't blame these analysts. Listen, I don't like Wells Fargo at all, okay? But I don't blame the Wells Fargo analyst if he was lied to by the CEO. I don't blame the Goldman Sachs analyst if he was lied to by the CEO. So, I think that in this case, I'm giving all those people, a pass, all those analysts a pass, because they were flat out lied to, straight, just looked him in the face and lied to him.
Yeah. So is that criminal, in your opinion?
100%.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wrote about it. I'm going to push it out tomorrow morning.
Then you're just a thief, like any other thief. Instead of
and as you'll see in my cherry bomb,
big time crook.
As you see in my cherry bomb, I actually called him Greg Becker is his name. He's the CEO, a small time crook. You want to be a big time crook, you got to pull off like a Sam Bankman-Fried thing like that. If you're going to go for it, you got to you got to take a couple of $1 billion, you got to go spend it $30 million on a penthouse, $1 billion on fun assets and all that kind of stuff. This guy cashed in a couple of $1 million.
People by and large hate
he can't even afford a private jet.
CEO class of people, and it's not hard to see why. These clowns. Seriously.
Advancement. One of our charter members from New York has revealed that HSBC Holdings and maybe even JP Morgan are exploiting buying the lender.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't anybody? This is, you know what? Let me tell you my explanation for this. If you
I'm not even going there, Lynn. You are not gonna get me
fully rented.
That.
And
not happening.
All you have to do is put up the capital, okay? And you're going to make some, certain number of basis points per month for the next 12 years. That's how commercial real estate sells. This is a fully rented office building with long-term, very safe paper. If you can buy this 20, 30, 40 basis points under whatever you're doing with your other money, this is a free money trade for whoever, for HSBC or JP Morgan, whatever it is. I'm surprised Citadel and all the other guys aren't in there as well. Because to me, this is like, this is basically a risk-free arm. But you have to be willing to hold the paper for, 3, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it is.
We'll have the link for it, sure.
Yeah. Sure. All right, Ilya, what's happening?
Not getting sucked into culture war bullshit that has nothing to do with what's happening. So you can feel good about it, feel bad about it, whatever. I'm not going there. No, it's not happening. You can have an opinion. Okay. What is...
Apes, I have some important, very tit-jacking news for you. We need to talk about fails to deliver. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Oh.
And likely in an inaccurate fashion. Before we begin, I'll briefly cover what fails to deliver are and what they could potentially mean for AMC before I jack all of your tits on this fine March weekend. Who's ready? I'm ready. Are you ready, Joe? Joe? Joe?
Who? Well, look at that little bird over. No. Whoops, I just pooped.
Great.
In financial markets, a fails to deliver occurs when a party fails to deliver securities they have agreed to sell by the settlement date.
Why?
Involved. If a fails to deliver situation persists beyond the settlement date, it is considered a failed trade. Failed trades can have a negative impact on market liquidity and can create systemic risk, as they can lead to counterparty failures and other disruptions in the market.
I thought we already did that, Lynn.
Fails to deliver and failed trades.
I thought we already did that. What? So this is Hillary Clinton reading the whole thing?
Now, a couple more things.
I'm not doing this either. Charlie, that's a fucking gimmick. Okay. All right, Uncle Frank.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to hear my trading and market updates. This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be construed as financial advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Please remember to hit the like button if you enjoyed the presentation, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates. Hey, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call your attention to the chart on the screen titled, "The Fed is hiking further and faster than any time in modern history." Now, this chart depicts the current trajectory of interest rate hikes by the Fed. You can see on the left where it says 2022.
I'll say this. If a company wants to prioritize diversity and social policies, don't invest in the company, don't work at the company. Period. Don't do business with the company. So now corporations have to, what is the point here? The point is to make money. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And it's no surprise to me that this clown went on Fox News to say that shit. Said that on Fox News. With Cavuto. So anyway, I can speed this guy up.
This almost vertical spike up.
It's irrelevant to anything that we would discuss here. But, maybe an argument could be made that, and this is indirect, but that it shows a lack of understanding of priorities. But ultimately, the problems had nothing to do with that. Had nothing to do with people coming out at work. It was mismanagement and probably fraud. Okay, anyway.
Interest rates. And the chart shows you other crises that we've been through, much like the pandemic, the bond crash, the dot-com crash, the financial crisis of 04 to 06, the 87 crash, etc. Now, the question is, why are we hiking so high, so fast? Well, in this episode, we're going to take a look at what's happened, what's about to come, and how we as AMC shareholders can prepare. Opinion number one. We started hiking rates way too late, and I believe it was due to politics. Higher payments on credit cards, home mortgages, cars, and student loans are never popular. Opinion two, we are hiking further and faster than any time in modern history for the same reason, politics. Inflation is an election killer, and everybody knows it. Opinion three, we could have begun gently raising interest rates, focused on trimming government spending and printing, and aggressively attack the supply chain problem. But why didn't we?
Because inflation is not a supply chain issue, Frank. It's a monetary phenomenon. It does sound better on 1.5, doesn't it? Am I on 1.5? I'm on 1.25. We can go up to 1.5 though.
Politics again, raising interest rates, focused on trimming government spending and printing, and aggressively attack the supply chain problem. But why didn't we? Same answer. Politics again. So let's calmly review what happened, discuss why it.
Okay. Well, look, he's using zero hedge. My favorite resource. Okay. 1.5 or 1.25. I honestly think 1.25 was a little better, but.
So let's calmly review what happened, discuss why it happened, and see if we can figure out what's going to happen next. Headline: Game over. FDIC shutters Silicon Valley Bank, appoints receiver. From the FDIC, SVB Bank closed by California regulator. SVB is first insured institution to fail this year.
Doesn't even seem that different.
The FDIC noted that SVB had $175 billion in deposits as of December 31st. Note that some $151.5 billion of those are uninsured, which means they get exactly zero, although a sizable number of them likely pulled their deposits in the past few days. And just like that, SVB is no more. A historic collapse, which in many ways was faster than Lehman Brothers, and which has seen SVB.
Here we go with the Lehman Brothers comparison.
Stock plunge from 763 to zero in only 16 months. Now, why did SVB collapse so suddenly? Well, we could spend a lot of time on this, but the financial press will tell you it's because they failed to raise capital, like the headline you see on the screen on the left. Uncle Frank will push back on that by saying, why did they need to raise capital so suddenly? The answer is net unrealized losses. When you have a huge portfolio of bonds, namely government securities, and the Fed keeps frantically hiking rates, the value of your bonds will drop. Now, if you hold those bonds to maturity, you'll still get face value. But in the meantime, your net unrealized losses are skyrocketing. And if you have too many, you'll become insolvent. Net unrealized loss is rapidly emerging as the most important indicator of a bank's health. Now, this MarketWatch article is a bit more honest and to the point. Headline: 20 banks that are sitting on huge potential securities losses, as was SVB. But I want my listeners to see the headlines below. 10 banks that may face trouble in the wake of the SVB Financial Group debacle. And I posted those 10 banks on the screen so you could pause them.
But he
and
doesn't want you to look at the buy bank stock
now.
Oh, he does.
You could get a bargain as Silicon Valley Bank collapses. He's got a point. Even Bank of America, I heard, is trading near its book value.
I don't know why it's not highlighted.
SVB reminder to stock market investors: things tend to break when the Fed gets aggressive. And did you know this one? Silicon Valley Bank CEO Greg Becker cashed out $2 million just before the collapse.
Of course.
And the final one, opinion: SVB survived .com crash and Great Recession, but met its match in Powell Fed. Yes, it did. Before we move past the SVB collapse, I have...
Okay, but that to me, that was more disingenuous. That was more disingenuous. Met its match in Powell Fed. I mean, but it didn't have anything to do with the CEO's actions. It didn't have anything to do with what they did. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. And if you were around for when we were listening to Tom Sosnoff and the Tasty Gang talk about it, it is a stark comparison to that discussion as compared to this discussion. So
survived .com crash and Great Recession, but met its match in Powell Fed.
It's not like you didn't know rates were going up. No fucking secret.
Collapse, I have some observations to make about events happening early in the fallout. For example, this tweet from G-Man, center of your screen. Silicon Valley Bank paid out annual bonuses to eligible U.S. employees just hours before it was seized by the U.S. government. Now, guys, I don't know about your career, but I've never gotten an annual bonus in March. Also, billionaire Bill Ackman has decided that we, the taxpayers, should pay for the SVB collapse and said the government has 48 hours to fix an irreversible mistake. But before we turn on the printing press, I've got one more comment to make to Bill Ackman. Short sellers made $600 million in one day on Silicon Valley Bank crisis.
So what?
You know what, Bill? I think I'll take a pass. For my final...
What does that have to do with anything? Short sellers profiting off of that has nothing to do with it. Nothing. But except, of course, our bias against short sellers because we're AMC grifters. Right, Frank?
Slide on the SVB crisis. I want you guys to know Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said there are, quote, a few banks the department is closely watching as a crisis at SVB roils the financial world. During a hearing before the House Ways
I'm still waiting to see how this connects to AMC and GameStop and the meme stocks.
Friday morning, Yellen said she's closely watching SVB, which was scrambling to raise fresh cash at the time, sparking fears that other banks could be forced to take losses and raise cash. Quote, there are recent developments that concern a few banks that I'm monitoring very carefully, and when banks experience financial loss, it is and should be a matter of concern, Yellen explained to the lawmakers. Now, I would remind you that when Janet was in between jobs, she took $810,000 from Citadel to give a couple speeches, a couple Zoom calls. Also, another project she's been recently working on with the White House is the IRS is developing a new Biden-backed algorithm that will see more white folks and Asian people targeted for tax audits to boost racial equity. You get what you vote for. So,
do you see why these stupid fucking political arguments are so fucking ignorant? I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. And I hate those snide fucking comments meant to denigrate people who voted for Joe Biden. Uncle Frank, go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck who anybody votes for, but I'm not. God, I just hate that shit. It's so fucking immature and stupid. So fucking stupid. This guy belongs in jail.
So now let's prepare for the coming
Change
weeks
my
by
fucking
taking a
mind
look at
on
our
that.
events calendar. Monday doesn't appear to have
Ain't
any
gonna happen.
economic releases,
He belongs
but
in jail.
we will be dealing with the fallout of SVB, and who knows how many other institutions will be affected. This could change the math on the upcoming rate hike. Now, Tuesday the 14th,
no, it's
the most important thing for us.
Here we go. Here we go. We know. Now we're gonna hear all this garbage. Oh, this is gonna change the math on the rate hike. Oh, they're not gonna raise rates because banks failed. So then what happens? The fucking market goes insane because the market runs on fucking greed. Purely on greed. So if rates are not going up more, that must mean that they're going to go down. And the market blasts off to the fucking moon and we have inflation for the rest of time. No thanks. Keep the fucking rate hikes. In fact, go more aggressively. Go more aggressively. You're not getting your fucking pivot.
Is the AMC shareholder meeting where we're going to be voting on whether we're going to convert APE to AMC and whether we're going to have a split or not.
There it is.
But the big economic driver for the day will be CPI. If that number comes in cool, okay, we might get a quarter point hike instead of a half. If it comes in hot, we might get the half instead of a quarter. The CPI reading is the big news on Tuesday.
This just happened.
On Wednesday at 8:30, retail sales and PPI also can be a market mover.
No losses will be borne by the taxpayer. All depositors of the institution will be made whole. As with the resolution of Silicon Valley Bank, no losses will be borne by the taxpayer. That's what the Federal Reserve and FDIC said in a joint statement. Okay.
16th, 8:30 a.m., initial jobless claims and housing starts. And on Friday, the 17th at 10.
Okay. Where does this go into AMC?
The company in Delaware.
Right after there.
By economic data. Now, most apes are aware of this information regarding our special shareholder meeting.
Here we go.
But I spotted something on the prospectus supplement that I wanted to point out to my listeners. Most of you know that on February 20th, 2 class action lawsuits were filed against the company in Delaware court. The bottom line is we will still get to have a meeting and vote on March 14th, but the company will not be allowed to enact any of its proposals until after a preliminary injunction motion hearing is held on April 27th of next month. Now, in the very next sentence, the author of this prospectus supplement added this. The AMC preferred equity units, or APEs, described in this prospectus supplement may be sold from time to time in a number of different ways and at varying prices. It seems like the author wanted to remind us that the company can sell APE whenever it wants and however it wants, even if we bring cases against it.
What? See, this is what happens when you cherry pick fucking one sentence from a goddamn prospectus. Give me a fucking break. Says the AMC preferred equity units described in this prospectus supplement may be sold from time to time pursuant to this prospectus supplement by the selling stockholder in a number of different ways and at varying prices. See selling stockholder and plan of distribution. We cannot predict when or in what amounts the selling stockholder may sell any of the AMC preferred equity units offered by this prospectus supplement. Does it sound like they're talking about AMC selling ape shares? I don't think so. I don't think so. That they're the ones writing this. So good job, Frank. You nailed it.
This tweet
I
from
guess.
Brian AMC caught my eye. If apes bought this much popcorn in 2 days, I would hate to see how much stock we own over the past 2 years.
Oh,
People,
yeah, that's a good
Brian
one.
is
That's a
absolutely
good one.
right. Then he posted an image of all 3 of the AMC ready-to-eat popcorns sold out at the Walmart near him. Now, recently in Seattle, Adam Aaron admitted there's at least 3.5 million individual shareholders. If we back out 500,000 shareholders for Europe, 3 million times an average of 400 shares is 1.2 billion, and that's without insiders and institutions. This is our chance to cast billions of votes.
Wow. Great math. Yeah. Billions.
And that's without insiders and institutions. This is our chance to cast billions of votes and expose the real share count. This could expose counterfeit.
That makes no sense. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing my mind already.
Shares if they exist. And last night, you can see on the right, I had to travel a bit, but I went to the Walmart and bought myself some AMC ready-to-eat popcorn to support the company.
Great. Awesome.
So, Uncle Frank, what do you think's going to happen?
How much of that $4 goes to AMC? That's my question. How much of that shit actually goes to the company?
Well, here's the thing, guys. The options for the Fed are pretty limited. They could actually cut rates. Under what circumstances would they do?
Oh my God. Are you? Jesus fucking
that? Well,
Christ.
Tomorrow, if banks start falling out of the sky, they may have to buy treasuries. They may have to flood the market with liquidity. And based on what's going to happen Tuesday with CPI or Wednesday with PPI, they could bump a quarter if things come in cool, or they could bump a half if things come in hot. But I don't think that's on the table. In fact, right now, until I see what happens with the fallout from
you don't,
right, and how CPI
you don't think that's on the table.
The following week, we may get no change in rate. We're going to have.
You are so fucking full of shit. Wow. Oh my God, these people are fucking ridiculously retarded. Fuck me. Fuck me. So yes, it's on the table. It very much on the table. Now it looks like it looks like, let's see, yeah, this would be 25, this would be 50. So 25 is 60%, but I can tell you yesterday, and I don't know how this is saying one day, because that's not one day, it's 2 days, but yesterday this was 68% here on the, and it actually had gone up to 68% yesterday. Does the market know everything? Fuck no, they don't. In fact, they're probably more full of shit than these guys. However, it is on the table. I don't think it'll happen probably because they've fucked up every other action.
Now, all of that brings us to a serious question. What if the Fed pushes the economy into a recession? How
That's the fucking point. That's the fucking point.
AMC and the theater business. Well, let's go back to the last recession, 2008. Here's a headline. Movies really are recession-proof. Back in the fall, as it became clear just how deep this recession was going to be.
Now, why would you use this resource? This looks like either Harper's or the New York Times, Sunday Magazine, or whatever. Now, why are you going to cherry pick from a fucking left-wing publication? I do not accept that. I'm done with that guy. I'm done with that guy. See, this is why you should. You fucked up mentioning the woke shit, Lynn. I'm not gonna lie. You fucked up with that, but that's fine. Whatever. Whatever. And you just had to bring. Couldn't just let it sleeping dogs lie. No, you had to bring it back up. Had to bring it back up.
All right. I just did a video of the manufactured banking crisis. I forgot to say something.
Oh, shit.
This week, anticipate the market having major halts and possibly even stoppages. Because even though this is a manufactured banking crisis, expect the fiat.
A manufactured banking crisis. Okay, this is new.
All right. I just did the video of the manufactured banking crisis. I forgot to say something. This week, anticipate.
Well, we need to find that video. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't handle too much more of this shit tonight. Silicon Valley Bank was predicted in The Simpsons. Okay. Don't freak out tomorrow. It's just a manufactured bank crisis. Here we go.
All right. Let me follow up on that.
Now I've heard it all. I have now heard it all.
Come tomorrow, you're going to see the stock market go through its phases, and it's probably going to have halts because of the bleeding that's going to happen in the financial sector. Please understand, this week is going to be nothing but banking crisis, hedge funds begging for bailouts. You're going to see all kinds of stuff. But I want to tell you something.
What does a hedge fund have to do with banks? What do the two things have to do with each other? And you already have Fed officials saying that they're not going to be bailed out. Now, whatever that means. So you think they're going to fucking bail out fucking hedge funds? Go fuck yourself.
On the
fucking grifter.
Human to human level, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. The Americans. Can't speak about the other countries.
No, Ron, but he probably predicted it because Lou predicted everything here. Everything that Lou said came to pass. So he probably predicted this too.
Tomorrow, don't run to your bank and do stupid things like bleed out your account. Let me explain to you something. This bank, now they gobble up a good portion of FDIC money, but they'll sell off their assets and they'll secure the money, and America has money and they'll continue to. This is a big nothing burger. Now the reaction to it, that's what makes it dangerous. When stupid people, I'm going to go empty everything out of my bank account. Okay, you can go do that. You can wait in lines. You can act like an asshole. I'm telling you ahead of time. This is basically the first phase of fear, but it's not actual. You have to understand there is enough money to get everybody paid out with a couple of delays. Okay,
I'm telling you guys,
banking crisis in Argentina.
The market is going to fucking rally. I mean, we already see it. We already see it in the futures. If you've been watching crypto, now I'm obviously I have no fucking idea. So, but this is my opinion here. We're already seeing this, and because Wall Street is the most ridiculous possible system that we could have. Okay, in my opinion. I'm allowed to have it. Everybody is now thinking that it's the end of the world. The sky is falling. If that's the case, why is crypto up? Why the fuck is crypto up? The riskiest, most bullshit assets possible is up. Makes sense to me, right? I'm actually starting to think that this whole thing is a scam. Now, don't ask me what that means, but I think that most of the shit is a scam. The entire system itself is a scam because Ethereum is now over. It broke above this 1570 sort of level that it had been going sideways at here for the past few days. Yeah, it dipped down and then it popped back above. Now it's coming down now. Who knows? I mean, this shit is more finicky than my ex-wife. But I mean, what a joke. That's Ethereum. What about Bitcoin? Well, same boat. It's up 6%. I mean, there's, in my opinion, probably shit should have gone down and kept going down. But I'm also that asshole. So anyway, back to Lou.
I've had a couple of banking crises happen in the, obviously, Eastern European area, stuff like that, in my time. Unlike those countries that they're going to shut down banks and basically reissue new currency, stuff like that, that's not what this is. What this is it basically had, I think this is all manufactured with SVB. That's what I'm just telling you. I'll prove my points later on with that, but I think this was all manufactured. I think the way that everything was coordinated, whatever, they're moving fast. And I might even get in trouble for that one, but whatever, fuck it, I put it out there. Tomorrow, don't go crazy, freaking out. Yeah, go to the bank. They're going to calm all this thing down. This is the chaos that will help them get their order. Okay?
What?
This is how this works out. So, you know, if you, let's say you have some issues with the bank, let everything resolve. There's going to be some stupidness, some bumps in the road, whatever. Things will continue. That's why I always say you have to have your home prepared for little delays like this. And the reality is going to a bank and yelling at the cop there and the store, you know, the bank is closed because people are going to act stupid. Even if their bank is not even, even if their bank is not even part of the whatever, you're still going to see people be stupid. Don't be a part of that stupidity. This is not going to take down the entire world. The world is not any. Their overall plan is to have these control mechanism, new currency, digital currencies, all that stuff.
Oh, he's still on that?
In about 5 to 6 years. Within a year from now, that's where it's going to get really bad. But right now, this starts the beginning. So if they open up the oil pipeline and they start bringing in the oil, that'll stabilize some stuff. And at the end of the day, you know, FDIC will cover some stuff. Regulators will step in. They'll keep calling. There'll be a couple of more banks that are going to get hit this week. Smaller banks, lending banks, banks that deal with us. And then, obviously, the big market, there's going to be, look, during the, there wasn't a bailout, but there was a bailout. And now there's going to be a bailout again. They're going to do that. So just, I was trying to prepare all of you people about 2 years ago. Now here we are. So just really
oh, what did I say? Lou predicted this. Yes, he did. He just reminded us that he did. Wow. God damn, we should have been listening to Lou this whole time. We would have known that. Well, wait a minute. The venture capitalists are starting to whine. Well, boo fucking who? Oh my God, Peter Thiel, he's whining. I mean, do you care? Does anybody care? Oh, it's going to kill innovation. What fucking innovation? What fucking innovation are you talking about exactly? Silicon Valley innovation. Give me a fucking break.
Look what's going on. At the end of the day,
they can't do shit when interest rates are high. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Their bullshit that they come up with cannot be profitable except when interest rates are zero. I mean, it probably was just a matter of time for Roku anyway. Boo-hoo. I mean, am I off base there? Tell me. Do we care about what the venture capitalists are, that they're starting to whine? I don't know. Personally, I don't.
They understand that.
Yes, I'm that asshole.
The stupidness, the fear, the confusion, all that stuff.
It was their ringleader who told them to withdraw their money that precipitated the collapse.
It's going to carry over, but the sky is not falling. What it is they're setting us up for a bigger plan later on. So please don't go crazy tomorrow. Don't. At the end of the day, it's no reason. This is all a manufactured thing leading us to crazy. But crazy has not stepped in yet, even though it will look like it, but it's not yet.
Crazy has not stepped in yet. Jesus Christ. Oh God. It never fucking ceases to amaze me. Huge AMC date just leaked. Really? Really? Because we all know what you guys think about dates. There you go. The innovation is VC needing to find a new way to triple their investments. Yeah, these fucking clowns, they wouldn't, you know what they think innovation is? Here's what they think fucking innovation is. Theranos. They think that fucking Theranos was innovative. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. These clowns have no fucking clue. And most of them probably do belong in jail. Venture capitalists, give me a fucking break. Is your money safer in a bank or safer in a bank safety deposit box if bank fails? I don't know, Donnie, but I'm not going to listen to you talk about it. Let's see. Oh, here's what I wanted to know.
All right, now this is the other side of the fence. If they do get the bailouts and they flush the entire market, capital markets, with tons of easy free cash, basically taxpayers pay for everything. They fucked up, we pay for everything. Okay, if that is the case, let me explain to you. Get your brain out of the whole AMC thing for 2 seconds. Okay, I could talk about that later, tomorrow, whatever. Let me explain something. That means that every single one of those motherfuckers are going to be getting a check to continue to play the game that they've been playing ongoing. One of the reasons why everything is tightening up and dying is because it was drying up. There was no money out there and interest rates were rising. But if you're going to drop interest rates down and you're going to do bailouts, you're saving all the people that did risky, stupid shit, gave out loans to dumb motherfuckers that can never pay it back. This
Right, exactly. If the doors are locked, you're fucked either way. Okay, man, why does this videos have to be so long?
Janet Yellen just spoke on.
This guy is such a fucking tool. I can't express to you, really. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows. I cannot, but I simply cannot express. I can't even say it.
Bailouts. Jerome Powell gave his opinion. Janet Yellen just spoke on bailouts. Jerome Powell gave his opinion on bank bailouts, and the lagging effects of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes are finally hitting. With the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Silvergate just last week, now the largest bank failure via SVB since 2008, folks, buckle up and get ready. SVB and the FDIC have 8,500 employees now getting paid 1.5x their salary at Silicon Valley Bank for the next 45 days just to help the bank actually survive during the liquidation process. Silicon Valley Bank is expected to open under FDIC receivership on a Monday. We expect a lot of people to be in line at banks around the nation and quite frankly around the world, given that SVB also has international facilities looking to withdraw their money from SVB. But it's not just
don't
SVB,
have fucking branches around the country, fucking tool.
Of people knocking on the door of banks like First Republic or other local, regional, community banks, potentially even credit unions. Yes, even credit unions.
Yes, even credit unions, Lynn.
On the doors
You're not safe.
Demanding to get their money out of the banking system. At first, we expect the bank run to only be limited to smaller, less likely to be systemically important banks. Those are most likely to see the largest withdrawals in the classic bank run that we haven't seen since 2008, despite the fact that this is exactly what Donald Trump actually predicted might happen during the 2020 election. Now, back then, and it doesn't matter if you're on the left or right, you might have thought it was hyperbole.
Yes, first of all, yes, it does. Secondly, what?
I think almost everybody did, because back in 2020, I don't think many of us were thinking a massive recession was coming and that there would be bank failures, much like 1920.
Well, I'm not saying that I thought that would happen, but I could see what was happening in the market, and I could see that it was completely irrational. So, I mean, yeah, unless you're just buying more and more Tesla shares like you, Kevin, and ARK, KKKKKKKK, give me a fucking break. This guy's such a fucking clown.
29. And so whether or not he was making that up,
right, Lynn?
Crystal ball.
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking retarded.
The prominent lender for wineries disappear, so winery credit lines.
Oh my God! The wineries are holy shit! Where is this? This guy doesn't live in the same fucking world as I do. There's no way he does. He's talking about what the fuck? Okay, take off your little fucking vest. Step into the real world and realize nobody fucking cares about a goddamn fucking winery. You fucking little girl.
Lori is a crystal ball.
Wow.
That's what's happening. Now you're seeing the prominent lender for wineries disappear.
Oh my God.
Credit lines being frozen.
Hit me right in the heart with that one.
Companies like Lemonade having money tied up.
Oh my God, Lemonade. What are we going to do?
Up in Silicon Valley Bank, Roku having 25% of their...
Oh, Roku. Oh, it's not like they had a fucking over bloated stock price anyway.
Cash tied up. Rocket Lab, $38 million.
Rocket Lab
cash tied up.
Rocket Lab. What is Rocket Lab?
There's a particular SoFi even has a $40 million lending facility tied up.
SoFi. Another great one.
By Silicon Valley Bank, and usually money that's drawn on those lending facilities that isn't used in working capital has to be left deposited with the bank as a lending covenant. Though we're not sure of that detail, SoFi, of course, bragging that their money is safe. But of course, we've never heard anybody lie to us before about how safe their money is. Hint, hint, Sam Bankman-Fried just 2 days before. Don't worry, everything is fine. Or how about BlockFi? The same morning. Don't worry, everything is fine. Just 8 hours later, oh no, everything's not fine. We are now bankrupt and we can't process withdrawals anymore. The worst thing that you want to hear from a bank is, don't worry, everything is fine in a bank run. Unfortunately, that's just the way the game is played. Banks have to fight for their own survival, so they say what they will to try to soothe people with money in banks. So what should you do? And what do we think is going to happen? Because right now, fears of contagion are running rampant. Larry Summers is warning of...
The VIX is creeping up. So all is not well, apparently. Or we could just be resuming the regularly scheduled crash that was already in progress, maybe. But the VIX is creeping up. Things are pretty much flat as far as I'm concerned. Equities are up 1%. Well, the NASDAQ and the S&P are up almost 1%. The NASDAQ is up almost 1%. S&P 0.75%. The Dow's up 0.5%. So not exactly too much. But I did notice the VIX coming back up there.
Severe economic consequences if regulators don't smooth it. Venture capitalists who have a lot of money tied up in startups that could go bankrupt if they can't get their money out of Silicon Valley Bank are scrambling on Twitter saying it's the regulators who were asleep at the wheel, that it's the regulators' fault that Silicon Valley Bank was able to get away with terrible risk management procedures that led to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Quite frankly, there is a ton of finger pointing. Even 180 tech companies sent a letter to Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the United Kingdom, begging Jeremy Hunt to intervene. And guess what he said in the United Kingdom for Silicon Valley's branches there? Sorry,
God, I hope not. I fucking hope not.
What do we think is going to happen in America?
That's just going to prolong the fucking problems.
That the loss of deposits by consumers at the Silicon Valley Bank have the potential to cripple the entire sector and set...
Most of the people who lost, quote unquote, lost money here are not individual depositors. They're not individual depositors. And 90% of the depositors at this bank had more than the FDIC limit. Okay, so that's not what we're talking about here, Kevin. That is not it. That is not it.
Set the ecosystem back 20 years and destroy potentially 10 years of innovation in America, as the CEO of
how many drinks do you have before this one?
Is it possible that the 16th largest bank in America will end up leading to a disaster financial crisis in the United States? And ultimately, whose fault is it? Well, Let's get into all of this and more. We're specifically going to refer to history.
God.
We are going to refer to what is happening with hedge fund buyouts. We're going to refer to Jerome Powell, Janet Yellen. We're going to talk about a potential backstop fund. We're going to talk about where Ro Khanna gets his information wrong. And we're going to talk about what you should do if you are...
So it's another big old Republican circle jerk, it looks like here. Let's blame the Democrats because they're in power. Even though it was under Trump that certain Dodd-Frank regs were rolled back. Okay, yeah. Little protest hopefully goes a long way. Really? All right.
Hello, everybody. It's Fartaculacticus, #1 son of Fuck You, World Series of Dice champion 2 years in a row. I'm over here in the feces-scented Inland Empire of Southern California.
That's where he is?
Where the permanent cologne smell is always fecal matter. I'm just kidding. I grew up here, and it's changed a lot. So, a lot of sad things happening here economically.
Well, that's why I say this is a different kind of bank. This is not like our hometown bank. This is not the kind of bank that is mostly individuals that use it. So, I mean, yeah, you knew it was a risk. And so we're talking about the VCs, but they also were the ones who basically precipitated the collapse by withdrawing based on what Peter Thiel told him to do. So, I mean, it probably would happen anyway, but and then you get the sob stories. Well, innovation in America is dead. Yeah, it died 30 fucking years ago when you all outsourced all that shit. Anyway, don't get me started. I'm already started. Doesn't matter. Never mind. We as a country, we need as a country swallow this bitter pill. World Series of Dice. Yeah, I caught that too. No clue what's going on there. Jeff Goldblum in the house.
Anyway, what I did was I drove from the Southwest to here in Southern California, and I went ahead and put something on the back of the rental car that I have, and I'll share it with you in a second. I was just thinking about some of the ads that pop up on YouTube. I don't know if you noticed. They have like some special
I haven't.
Weird...
No, as a matter of fact, I haven't. There's a very good reason for that, but I better not mention
weird ingredient or a new food that they've discovered that is supposed to be like super healthy for you. It was called like the food of the gods, B holistic chips or something. It was like this small and like an octagon shape. I'm just saying, like, from my experience, and I know other people know this, but they come out with something every generation. There's always something, some kind of special food, some kind of healing properties. There's always a snake oil to be sold to people. It's so strange that it never ends. Like every generation, there's always something. YouTube is like, there's like a proliferation of that on YouTube. Just
because it's completely unregulated, and then people can come on and say whatever they want. We know that.
I'd share it with you, but I'll show you what I did in the back of the car. I'm gonna pause for a second. I hope everybody has a good weekend. And I think Tuesday or Wednesday is the day of the vote. I took the day off so I could sit and watch what's happening.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
That wasn't the main reason I had the day off anyway.
Wow.
I hope everybody has a good weekend. I don't know if you guys can see that, the full, I'll send a picture.
Here we go.
Copy it, or I mean, I'll put it on the comments. There it is. So, I know it's a little thing, but I'm trying, anything that helps. It just says the SEC is allowing Wall Street to steal pensions and 401ks. You know, hopefully it reaches somebody. Hope I'm able to help somebody out and learn and listen, or at least try to check it out on the internet and see, you know, check it out for themselves. I'm here to see my friend's toy shop. I'm gonna just show it real quick, just in case you happen to live in the area in Redlands, California. You can see his toy shop. Thank you, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, who cares? That's my thoughts exactly. Here's one. So let me get this here. So I found this clip on Bloomberg and I thought it was interesting. Here, let me get back over to this. There we go. Now, this guy, well, just listen. The lady asked him, you know, about the Silicon Valley Bank thing.
So let's start with the premise. My premise is banks should fail. We have nearly 5,000 banks in America, and a healthy amount of failure is greater than zero. I was more concerned the last 2 years when not a single bank failed. Which, by the way, the first time in American history we went a year without a bank failure was 2005. Regulators told us the banking system was in great shape and not a single bank failed again in 06. Oops. So a little bit of failure is actually a desirable thing, not something to be afraid of. The question is when an institution fails, is that failure contained? Who bears the losses of it? And how quickly can this situation be resolved? And in that situation, I think the regulatory tools the FDIC and the Federal Reserve and other regulators have now are light years ahead of what they had in 2007 and 8, when the cause of the crisis was very different.
Right. So, and again, that's kind of what I've been
What's good, Ignition? It's
thinking. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. That you have a, you know, very specific situation that happened here. Is it systemic? I don't think so. Does that mean that there won't be other similar things that happened? No, it doesn't mean that. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like the participation trophy argument in my mind. Kind of like it. If nobody ever fails, if nothing ever fails, if everything is always swept under the rug, if every kid gets a participation trophy, is that really helping? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I'm with the guy, Aaron Klein. You know, banks should fail. They fucked up. And while it, you know, breaks my heart that we won't have, you know, we may not have the next big app, might not get the venture capital funding that it needs so that it can fail in 2 years anyway. Maybe it's more important. And maybe it instills confidence and belief in the system more if we allow things to run their course. I don't know, crazy thought, but under that line of thinking, nothing should ever fail. No company should ever go out of business. Well, I feel the same way about companies going out of business. If you can't hang, if you can't make it, yeah, we'll keep a moment of silence for you, but We already have these zombie corporations that won't seem to fucking die. And is it any coincidence that many of them are the beloved meme stocks? I mean, you can't make this shit up. I really just, it blows my mind. I mean, blows my mind. I just leave it at that. But like, here's Bed Bath and Beyond from Friday night. Friday fucking night. This is Bed Bath and Beyond in my area. Look at this. 5 cars in the parking lot. And you can't see it, but GameStop is over here. And there actually are more cars in the parking lot there. But there's also a restaurant here on the corner. So I'm assuming that it was mostly the restaurant. But look at this. This is a Friday night. Prime time on a Friday night. This is Bed Bath and Beyond. Holy shit. But they're going to the moon. No bailout. Bed Bath and Beyond, bullish as fuck. Indeed. The strong eat the weak. That's the way, right? That's the way it goes. Management should be forced to manage. Somebody needs to manage the managers, in other words, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe that's not the best way to put it.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. This video, I'm going to be addressing questions that I received from my last video, which was the AMC nuclear bomb, where I ask everybody to push themselves back from the play, look at the play for what it is, and then you'll see just how messed up this whole situation has become.
Well, I agree, but not for the same reasons, probably.
I've had some new questions. People want to know. CSI, thank you for sharing that with us. What are some solutions that we can do? What can we do now?
All right,
that can
let's
help
find out. What can we do?
There's a lot we can do.
You can do like Marantz and go buy some AMC popcorn.
But before I get started on that again, I want to share this little story with you. What would you do if you had a friend that you go out, you have drinks with, maybe you work out in the gym together, maybe y'all just go do water skiing or whatever the case may be. The thing is,
a boyfriend?
Every time you're with this friend, he's got something nasty to say about your wife. Now, being a nice and peaceful person, you really don't want to cause conflict, so you let the first couple times go, right? But eventually it comes a time when every time you're with your friend and he keeps talking about your wife or your family, your kids and stuff, how just rude and ugly they are, eventually, as a man, you're going to step up to the plate and you're going to say, motherfucker, that's enough about my wife and kids. I'm tired of hearing about it. All right? And then they get on the defense. Well, I'm not really just saying, no. Every time I hear from you, you have something negative to say about my wife or my kids. I'm fed up with it. Now, let's take that and let's apply it to the AMC play. All right? There are people out there, and I don't mind, y'all know me, I'll call a motherfucker out in a minute, like Marantz Rants, who spews nothing but hate towards AMC's community. Now, I've watched.
Boy, what would he say about us?
All right, when he first came out and he made his first AMC video, he didn't have but a couple of hundred subscribers. And I watched, the more he added AMC to his titles, and it drew people in. Because why? You see a new YouTuber with a different perspective on the play, and they're talking about AMC, so let's go see what he's talking about. And then you find out it's hate. Adam Aaron is this, and you agree. And AMC is doing this wrong. And
he obviously has not seen Marantz's latest video where he expresses solidarity with the AMC apes and says that he's going to buy popcorn. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But this came out yesterday. I don't know when Marantz's video came out, so maybe he hadn't seen it yet. Because I know he keeps up on all of his videos too, probably. Yeah, kind of like you.
Because of the hate that he spews out on you, and because of that, this play is going to fall. Tony DeNaro is another.
All right, let's pause here because Chilo brings up CNBC is talking about some Fed protection for banks, and I see on Bloomberg here. This was from 11 minutes ago, I think. U.S. says all Silicon Valley deposits safe, creates new backstop for banks. Actions will fully protect all SVP depositors' money. Oh, thank God. Fed creates program to lend against collateral pledged at par. Moved Sunday to protect depositors' funds by following the collapse and set up a new financial backstop seeking to stem fears that households and businesses would flee smaller lenders. The Treasury, Fed, and FDIC jointly announced the efforts. We want to take a look at that release. Sunday aimed at strengthening confidence in the banking system after the failure spurred concerns about spillover effects. Janet Yellen said the actions will protect all depositors, signaling aid to those who exceed the 250K. SVB depositors, quote, will have access to all their money starting Monday, March 13th, tomorrow. Taxpayers won't be responsible for any losses associated with SVB's resolution. Okay, that's important. In a sign, and that's what they're saying. That's what it says here. In a sign that the situation, I'm just saying that's what it says. In a sign that the situation had worsened, the government also said Signature Bank was closed by New York State financial regulators on Sunday, and all depositors there will also have access to their money on Monday. That's good. Fed, in a separate statement, we need to look at that statement, said it's creating a new, quote, bank term funding program that offers loans to banks under easier terms than typically provided by the central bank. The Treasury will make up to $25 billion from the Exchange Stabilization Fund as a backstop, but the Fed doesn't expect to draw on the funds. Under the new program, which provides loans up to 1 year, collateral will be valued par or 100 cents on the dollar. That means banks can get bigger loans than usual for securities that are worth less than that, such as treasuries that have declined in value as the Fed raised interest rates. And that really is a big part of the problem here, because Silicon Valley Bank was holding a bunch of these treasuries that had declined in value. The face value, the value of the bond went down because the interest rates have gone up so much. So that kills bond prices. They're holding it to maturity. So it will be worth the full amount at the end of the term. But it ain't the end of the term. And they needed the money because everybody was withdrawing from the bank. So, I mean, very specific situation, and really, you know, and then, yeah. Normally, under the Fed's main lending program known as the discount window, the Fed typically lends money to discount against the assets provided as collateral, a practice known as haircuts. The Fed said overnight the loans under the discount window will not now be subject to the same collateral margins as a new bank funding facility. So I think that's what Chilo may have mentioned. Okay, let's go back here and see. He meant branches, not banks. Banks implies other banks on SVB. It is only SVB is in a default of deposits. AMC drops $1 tomorrow because they fixed the problem. They figured it out. Everything's cool. AMC can resume going down. This may spike the market up for a good short entry. Looking at Roku. Yeah, they were hit by it. Ron had a list over in Telegram of a bunch of stocks that were affected by it sometime earlier today. Well, he posted the list sometime earlier today. They were affected Friday, of course, but let's see. I'm trying to find it. It's here somewhere. So oh, here it is. I'm just going to copy this over somehow. What is that? Oh yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go back over to CSI, and then I'm gonna add. Why is it not adding that? Oh, yeah, duh, of course. Got to put it on top. Okay, there we go. Shoot, that's too small. Roku, run, CMRX, GBIO, CWAN, IGMS, NOVT, XFOR, X4, Life, ONCR, COHU, CGEN, SGMO, RKLB, EIGR, DNA, ITOS, IRTC, STTK, State, QS, JNPR, is that Juniper, LABP, PAYO, PRAX, AMBA, DIM, MERM, and Hymer, KYMR. I don't know half of these or more, but apparently they all lost money at SIVB. Of course, that and I'm sure that Ron's correct in this, but I haven't verified this, and I don't know anything. I haven't even heard of half of these or more stocks. So I know Roku, and it was the one example that I knew about that had high exposure to what you call it. Also, Bill, BILL, um, BILL, and Etsy. Also, I know those, and I know that okay, lots of OTCs. All right, but Bill is one, and they had a nice little. So Chilo's talking about short entries. I don't know how long you've been around here today, but I'm going. Well, I'm not necessarily doing anything. Obviously, it will be data dependent. I hate using that phrase, but it would be data dependent. It would be reactionary to what's happening. Hopefully, it would be pretty quickly reacting, but maybe not. So maybe it might not even happen. But some of these stocks sold off quite a bit. Ultimately, where it's going, I have no idea, nor do I care. But there's probably some good trades that could be had here in some of these names. That's all I'm saying. Oops. What is STIM? Neuronetics. Neuronetics. Holds a balance of less than 1 million in cash with Silicon Valley Bank. Wait, they had less than 1 million in cash with Silicon Valley Bank. Okay. The only other news on here is from March 2nd. It's unrelated and dumped. Yeah. Those are from TDA. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm not giving any, I'm not trying to suggest any certain trades, but it's just something that I'm keeping my eye on. Speaking of things keeping your eye on, what the fuck with crypto? I swear to fucking God. Let's jump back into risky fucking assets. What in the fucking hell? This has got to be some fucking nonsense. Jesus Christ. What does Silvergate's shutdown mean for the crypto industry? Well, that it will pump, obviously. Not good for the crypto industry. Wait, what? What did I just see here? Oh, Silvergate. Okay. I'm like, okay. There's no way it could be 35 years old because they were founded in 1983, but anyway, SIVB was. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, does this pump here co coincide with the Janet Yellen news at all? I mean, come on. I swear to God, these markets are so ridiculous sometimes. Probably not, but still. Okay. You're such a perma bear, Scott. Not really. Not really.
Other one. I go over to all the live streams, people, and I watch them all. I watch KC, I watch Morantz, I watch fucking the Massalor, I watch everybody except for Bigums. But
I thought he was gonna say, except for that Scott Allen guy. He's an asshole. I mean, he said he watches everybody. Yeah, right.
The point is this. There's not a single play you can ask Tony about that he's got something good to say. Somebody was asking last night, what about Mullen? Oh, Mullen. Oh, Mullen. They're close to bankruptcy. What about this
I mean, so, but the problem is, I mean, yeah, all of the stocks that you guys talk about are fucking shit companies with shitty stocks. Not only are they shitty stocks, they're shitty companies. And that those things don't always necessarily go together. Sometimes you have a shitty stock, but a good company. Sometimes you have a shitty company with a good stock. I'm not going to give any examples, but don't blame us for talking about how the shit that you have is weak. I mean, that's not our fault. It's not our fucking fault. Jeez.
Oh my God, the delusion. Oh my God. It's just so terrible. I can't believe y'all stupid enough to get into these plays. But you don't apply the same analysis to the AMC play.
Oh, I do. Oh, see, that's where we differ. That's where we differ. That's what makes us Darth Vader. Remember?
We don't vote yes for this reverse stock split. Bankruptcy's on the table for AMC, and you don't tell us that if we vote yes, then Adam Aaron's going to have an extra 400 million shares of AMC that he can dilute the stock with. See, it's not how it's played, people. It's got to be an even playing field. All right. And here's the thing about assholes. I say this all the time. An asshole
gonna be good.
Can be a nice person for a little while. All right. But they're assholes. They have to be an asshole. That's who they are. That's what their character is. And a good man can be an asshole. But he can only be an asshole for a little while because he's a good-hearted person and a good-natured person. All right? So what you have to do, if people say, well, what can we do, CSI? You have to control what you hear and you have to control what you watch. All right? If you're going to get an even and balanced understanding of this play and things we can do. Now, instead, I in the Mandalorian, I typed in, hey, everybody, go watch a trailer on the AMC YouTube channel. Generate free revenue for AMC.
Oh, my God.
Prometheus was the only one who did the arm, the strong arm, and that, and the diamond hands, and ape. But I appreciate you acknowledge that. Go watch a video on AMC's YouTube channel. That's neutral. That's not hate. That's not love. That's just, this is how we could generate some income. And do you know what? Instead of Massalorian and Tony and this Super Steve motherfucker. All right, I can't stand him either. Instead of them picking up that mantle and going, that's a good idea, we can generate free income for AMC by going and watching a YouTube trailer. Very simple. Lots and lots and lots of money, people.
He did use my name, though.
That YouTube channel.
I think it was after that.
Somebody else.
That's funny, Chris. That's hilarious. But he did use my name one day, because somebody sent me the clip, and I didn't watch it for. Somebody sent me the clip, and I never watched it. And then it came up one time on a live stream, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch it. This is the first time I'm seeing this. And it was him and that Massalorian guy talking. And he said that we were one of the biggest bear channels. This is probably the biggest bear channel on AMC. And I was like, hey, I'll take that. One of the biggest bear channels. The stock's going to go down type of bear, not the big furry gay guy kind of bear. That's no. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But yeah, wow, that's funny. So censor the info you take in and only follows what confirms bias. Yeah, pretty much. That's how we roll.
Else, when I said the comment about go watch a trailer, somebody else asked, where's Al from Boston?
Or you could say, you have to control what you watch. But that's how the way that we prefer to say it. You have to control what you watch.
God, and it was on after that. Oh, Al from Boston, and he deleted his channel, and all their conspiracy theories started coming out. And
what happened to that guy anyway?
Said, look, Al, I'm in contact with Al. Al said he's going through some things. In case you don't know, Al's attending law school.
Yeah, right. No, he's not. You have drunk his fucking tang. Give me a fucking break. That guy is not going to be a lawyer. No way, no chance in fucking hell will that guy become a lawyer. That's my bias. Because he's an idiot. I mean, and I'm not saying that there are no lawyers who are idiots. That's not what I'm saying. But this dude can't even read. No. And he, by the way, Al called me a cum guzzler on one of his live streams. Oh, it was so great. I think I had a recording of it somewhere. I don't know where. It might be on my other computer, but yeah, he called me a goddamn cum guzzler because I called him a grifter in his live chat, which I never do. I never do that, but I did that day. I went in there. He had subscriber mode off. I couldn't help myself. And he was showing a video like of Egypt or some shit. I have no idea. He was showing a video of like near the pyramids or something. What the fuck? Okay. Thumb guzzler. Go fuck your mother.
At his age, and he's trying to get his degree, and that's an honorable thing. And YouTube was beginning to pull him away from his life goal. So,
life goal? His life goal. Oh my God. Yeah, Al's only talent is to sexually harass his fans. But he's not the only AMC grifter with that talent. No, sir. Remember Houston Wade? Houston, we have a problem.
So he backed away. But that wasn't good enough for them. Oh, well, I guess he did. He is studying law. And he's probably the one behind the Allegheny lawsuit. And it was written like it was a kindergarten. So see those little words right there? Those are knives and daggers. All right? That Al.
I don't know why people worried about me and this channel and us ruining the squeeze. They've got that covered. I mean, this is great. I don't have to do anything. I can stop spending all that money on all those bots and shills that I had over on Reddit and Twitter. It's going to save me so much money. Maybe I can finally get that 3D printer I've been looking at.
Thinks like a kindergartner.
So I can print out.
Al is the one.
First thing that I print out when I get the 3D printer will be nothing but the AMC NFT. I want a physical copy of that motherfucker. The AMC, I own AMC NFT. Or should it be the Wyckoff Mining one? Sell those. Oh my God, I just got so many business ideas.
Behind the Allegheny lawsuit, and it's written like it's a kindergarten, then you're saying Al's a dumb motherfucker. And he's not. All right? Now.
Oh, shit.
I'm through talking about that. If you're going to survive this play, then you're going to have to be like a man with his wife or his family.
If saying that a lawsuit was written like a kindergartner is knives and daggers, what is saying crack smoke investor, I wonder? That's a that's crossing into Phil for real territory.
You stand up for it and say, hey, I've heard
Lizzie.
enough. That's enough. And unsubscribe from these dickheads, all right, who spew nothing but hate. Because once hate enters your heart, people, it's hard to remove it. It's hard to remove.
Jesus said that.
Now, there are some proactive things that we can do.
He found
but
Jesus
before we can do them,
prison.
We have to all get back on the same page. There was a time when we were a team. There was a time when we were apes strong together. But we're not anymore.
No, you know what happened? You know, you have to thank for that. You know who you have to thank for that? I'm going to show you right here. Da 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 da. The Federal Reserve. Fuck you right in the asshole. Welcome to adulthood. You got screwed by the Fed. Just be glad it's that Fed and not other Feds. You don't want them crawling up your ass. Like Ernest saves Christmas, except he saves AMC, except he doesn't save AMC. I love it.
That's the reality. Now, come on. We're being honest here, right? You have to admit that we are not apes strong together anymore. They have done their job. They have separated the community. And in order for us to survive this play, we have to come back together as a community. Now, I don't give a fuck what stock you're in. I will give you my honest opinion. And a lot of times in the Discord, when they're discussing a different play, I'm like, I go look at the chart and I go, damn, that's how I found Ford. And I mean, excuse me, that's how I found GM. I was getting into Ford, somebody said GM. I'm not going to say, oh, fuck a GM. I'm a Ford man. No, I looked at the chart and said, hey, that's a good fucking play. And I made money on it, on the options. So,
on the options,
what can we do?
You little gambler. You little high roller.
You need to think, who am I listening to? All right. Do they speak hate towards Adam Aaron? Do they speak hate towards AMC?
Or Al,
right.
or
Tony? Or do they speak hate about every other stock except AMC when you can't separate the two? All right. AMC is part of the market. The whole market's manipulated.
Barely.
All right. And until you can stand neutral and say, I'm not going to hate Adam Aaron or AMC, and I'm not going to hate fall in love with them either. It's just business. And stand.
I don't know what filament to use for that.
That's what I've tried to do. Now, like I said earlier, Adam Aaron's made me mad with this reverse stock split. I'm not voting to turn over 90% of my shares, even though I think it's going to happen anyway. To be completely honest with you, we find ourselves in the situation we find ourselves.
Was that like a fucking weird ass
shares? Even though I
that
think
transition
it's going to happen anyway. To be completely honest with you, we find ourselves in the situation we find ourselves in simply because we're too busy listening to other YouTubers who either spew hate or, like I seen one today who put out a video that said the banks have collapsed.
Donahue George.
AMC squeeze is imminent.
Maybe. Probably Creative Investor, actually. The Creative Investor.
Squeeze is about to happen because banks.
It's sad that I knew that. Thought I knew that. It's sad. Where'd it go? AMC share calls and the bank run incoming. So he argues that, well, he doesn't argue, he says that he thinks that it will cause AMC forced share recalls. Banks are bankrupt. Market crash will cause the squeeze for AMC stock. This is all the same stuff that they've been saying for over a year now. When it flipped to the market crash theory, because that wasn't a thing in 2021. Nobody thought the market would crash in 2021, and they certainly were not hoping on a market crash so that it would make AMC go up. But as things, as the market hit its peak at the end of 2021 and AMC didn't, and then it became clear that, okay, shit, this music is about to stop, potentially. Some genius. I don't know if it was Shart the VIX. I don't know if it was who it was. They probably had another Kansas 5 meeting minus Rogue the Legacy. And Astro came instead, or no, what's his name? Rico or one of them. Maybe it was Kansas 4. Who knew? They decided that, okay, the next catalyst has got to be a market crash because there's probably going to be a market crash. And I think that we can sell this thing. See, if we say that hedge funds, okay, they're not only short, they're long too on stocks. So when the market crashes, see, they don't expect the market to crash. See, they will believe that because, they already think that hedge funds are stupid. So hedge funds are long on a lot of the market, and the market's getting ready to crash, and God knows they don't understand hedging. So they won't understand that a hedge fund, knows how to hedge positions and they're actively managing their portfolio. That doesn't matter because they don't understand the concept. So the market's going to crash. The hedge funds, which have a bunch of long positions, they're going to see those vaporize. And most likely, you're going to see AMC because it's negative beta stock. Remember, negative beta, it goes down. Market goes up, it goes down. But the market goes down, it goes up because of the negative beta in AMC. And they did say all the time in 2021, they talked about a negative beta on AMC, which you can't even know until after a year anyway, but whatever. They said it, they believed it. Well, the grifters said it, and the apes believed it. I'm accounting for my days, okay? I'm accounting for my days. And then market will crash. The hedge funds will lose a bunch of on their long positions. AMC is going to go up at the same time. That's going to put pressure on their short positions. They're not going to have more collateral to put up. They're going to be asked to put up more collateral. They're not going to be able to do that because all of their long positions were liquidated and they don't have shit for assets to put up. So they're going to be forced to close their short positions. So the market crash will cause AMC squeeze. There's so many things wrong with that. We've been over it. We went over it as it unfolded, both as they would relentlessly say this and how it didn't happen that way in 2022. But they don't want you to think the grifters here, they don't want you to remember that this time the market crash will cause the squeeze. You'll see. Trust us, bro. Yikes.
Banks are failing. Get the fuck out of here, man. If the banks are failing, which this Silicon Valley Bank is where 100%
Silicon Valley Bank. You're saying it wrong.
Nothing but institutions. So if that bank falls and institutions can't get their money to pay us, how the fuck do you expect this squeeze to happen?
Well, he's right in that this Silicon Valley Bank is not mostly individual depositors, but I don't think he's quite right about the fact that it's the institutions that are going to pay, the institutions that are going to pay you for the squeeze, which I don't even want to get into how I hate that language of they're going to have to pay us. But anyway, God damn it.
Okay? So, with that, I think I'll make another video in a few minutes.
Yes, do that.
I want to talk about. I want to talk about
what happened to Al's
damn
"Trust Me,
YouTube
Bro"
channel,
moment.
people.
He disappeared. Motherfucker's gone. His channel's gone. Deleted his channel. I was looking for him there. There's Tony talking about something. I don't know why Al from Boston came up here. But yeah, I have no idea. I mean, he probably got a cease and desist. That's my guess. I just want to see one of these guys get held accountable. That will make this whole ordeal worth it for me. Just if I could see one of them receive some kind of consequence, negative or fitting consequence, for all of the lies and misinformation that they pumped out over these 2 years. That would be fantastic. That would be fucking roses, as far as I'm concerned. It would be some small piece of justice for the just intellectual garbage. And I'm not dismissing the role that individual apes had in their failure here. Don't get me wrong. Ultimately, it is up to us what we do. And that's why, I mean, CSI isn't wrong. You do need to watch what you, or manage what you watch, or whatever the hell he said, but not in the way that he's saying to do it. And at the end of the day, you shouldn't be listening to people on the internet when they say to do something like spend your money on this without really knowing what you're doing, buy these options without knowing what you're doing. It's the big reason, one of the big reasons why I have no interest in doing that. And I'm simply saying, hey, can we look at what these people are saying and think about it and actually put some brain power into it? Doesn't take much to realize that most of this stuff is garbage. So that's always been the focus. Um, I have to say, 2023 has taken some turns in terms of the AMC grift that I really didn't expect. So, if nothing else, it never ceases to be interesting to see what the fuck happens with this thing. Um, and ultimately, I think we know what's going to happen with this thing. Pretty much the same thing that's been happening with this thing. The quote unquote movement is going to splinter out even more, um, which that's been happening for a year. You're going to see new grifters come in. You're going to see some grifters leave. And nothing's going to happen with the stock. And the market's going to do what the market does. But the party, the fun, the exceptionalism for AMC and the meme stocks is clearly done. It's clearly over with. And I think we looked at a clip from on the last stream from Yahoo where they were kind of poking fun at the meme stock investors, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. And there should be more of that publicly, because the media had a major, I would say, yeah, major, or definitely not a minor part in legitimizing this in 2021. And I've been critical of people like Melissa Lee. I've been critical of people like Charles Payne, and even Jim Cramer, for what it's worth. You should be critical of that motherfucker always. And anyone really who's on financial media, on TV. Um, shit. I mean, I'm critical of everybody and everything, but that can drive you crazy. So a lot of it I just don't pay attention to. But you had millions of people who believed, excuse me, millions of people who believed that Melissa Lee admitted on TV that there were naked shorts. And one of the first things that I did in, I think, August 2021, when I started doing the YouTube channel more, was go back and watch that clip, the Naked Shorts Yeah clip, and I was dumbfounded at what I saw and heard, because I had just seen the apes and the ape influencers show that clip. I never watched the actual clip. And that was eye-opening to me, as just as how insidious these motherfuckers are, that they will cherry pick things like that and leave out context and make a very convincing so-called argument that's really fraudulent. It really is fraudulent. They're not talking about naked shorting on that clip at all. But I didn't realize it until I actually watched it. Okay.
In fact, let's look over there real quick. We're going to talk about this some more because I want to talk about GTII and what they just did. Are y'all aware that what GTII just did? They gave a special dividend to their shareholders of shares. I think it was like 1 share for every 10 shares that the shareholders had. If you have 10 shares, GTII gave them another share. Now that is going to put the squeeze on them motherfuckers, and you see what the chart did. While everything else was going red, GTI was going up because of the new dividend that they're giving. Now, let's just say, for example, we win this battle and the vote is no. All right? What can we do? First off, Adam Aaron's going to be mad, and he's going to want to dilute ape. That's what everybody keeps talking about, that if the vote is no, he's going to dilute.
That's the wrong fucking GTII. God damn it.
He does not have to dilute the shares.
Ooh.
There's another way. And I'm going to share that with y'all in the next video. In my next video, man, when y'all see that next video, it's going to fire y'all up, I believe. All right? Step
popcorn.
one, before we can do anything, we have to come back together as a unit. All right?
Damn it, no.
We have to become ape strong together again. And the only way to accomplish that is to begin to cut off these sons of bitches that do nothing but spew hate.
Well, I've already been cut off, so
or one
I
of
don't
the
have to
other
worry.
plays that you're in and things of that nature. No. You have to get rid of these people out of our community, and the only way to do that is just unsubscribe from them and move on.
Well, Trey already left.
Strong together again. And I believe this YouTube channel on ASTA is going to be the way that I can show y'all how we can become strong together again. So don't miss my next video. With that,
okay. Wow, I have to say I am intrigued. Should we watch the next one?
What's up, everybody? It's Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video.
Might as well, because this is
I want to talk more about how we can become apes strong together again. Because you have to be able to face reality. We
ASTG.
are a divided community, and you know the saying, united we stand, divided we fall. And we find ourselves right now in the belly of a whale, and we need to work our way out this shit.
Whale.
Now, I got an idea. I've shared that idea with
Elon Musk.
people, and today I want to share a few results of it. All right? I have told people, and
if only he would just come by shares.
All my videos, this Shazam, Fury of the Gods, exclusive interview, AMC put that on their YouTube channel. And I said, please go watch that video. And so far, 1,200 people have watched that one.
Because you
and
said it.
1,100 people have watched No Hard Feelings. All right? Now, I've watched 65, and I still got to watch the Scream one. But this is how we can unite and show our strength, people. These numbers down here on these videos, that shows how many of us are united with AMC.
Oh my! That's right. I forgot. I forgot. He said he did mention it in the last video. He said that everybody should go to AMC Theaters YouTube page and watch the videos on their channel, because that creates revenue for AMC. That's what he said. That's what he's about to say. Look.
Will get paid for these videos. All right. For example, Shazam right now has got 1,200 views. That's about $10. All right. And over there on Hard Feelings,
how is that $10?
1,100 views.
No,
that's about
not
another
even
$10.
What?
Now I'm gonna tell you what. Two things I don't do. Number one, I don't go in a woman's purse, and I don't go in a man's wallet.
Shit. Why is that so funny? I don't know.
Son, go look in my wallet and get this. I'll bring him his wallet. That's his business. What's in his wallet? All right,
and it's his business what's in her purse.
Their business what's in somebody's purse. But I'll make an exception this time. I see all the YouTubers who are showing their analytics and showing how much they are making off their YouTube channel. And I'm sitting back and I was wondering, why are they doing that? All right, that's your personal business. You're trying to share with us that you don't make that much, and that's cool. But I'm going to open my wallet, and I'm going to show you my analytics, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about if we can pick these numbers up for AMC. All right, let's take a look at my analytics. Here you can see one of the videos that I've done. It got 18,123 views. Out of that, I got 157 subscribers and $140 off that one video. All right, now let's go back over here to the AMC YouTube channel. If we could get Shazam,
you cannot do it that way.
That's $150 AMC's get absolutely free. If we can get 65 to 18,000 subscribers, that's another $150, and another $150, and another $150, and another $150.
Oh my God!
What you see is normally
he thinks
AMC
it's a great idea
averages somewhere around 367 views for the Ant-Man video, 1,000 views for Creed 3, the most popular movie in sports history. We broke records with that, and we made 1,000 views, $10 on that video. We can do better than that as a unit if we're ape strong together.
Wow. Okay. Let's take a look at this. This is Social Blade. This is all I can use here to see AMC's YouTube channel, and it's estimated, but it already says that they make $100 to $1,600 a month estimated. So like, let's see, why is it over? So yesterday they did pretty well. They made between $9 and $147. Also, last Sunday they had a pretty good day, between $8 and $129. So what are they doing with this money? Where does that go? Well, I didn't see that entry on their balance sheet, financial statement. I think it's time that the apes demand from Sean Goodman that they are told where this revenue is going, because this is some serious money. $300 a week. I mean, I don't know about you, but shit. If nothing else, that's grocery money for AMC. And naked chicken nuggets, whatever. It could defray the cost of their food and beverage lineup. I don't know, but I mean, I still think that they should ask. But they didn't get that many views. They're not getting that many views. But they're getting 18,000. They're getting they're getting about, I don't know. Yeah, they're getting about 15,000 views at least most days. So that maybe it's not $120 or whatever he said, but it's something. But I mean, the thing is, there really isn't one close to 18. It's the closest is 20. And this says $5 to $81. I've never gotten anywhere near that number of views on my channel. So I mean, on one video or probably on the whole channel, actually. I don't know. I don't keep track of that. I mean, I don't look at that ever, but I guess I could. But let's continue here with CSI.
Now, I've reached out to a few YouTubers and I've given them my idea. All right, now I'm not going to talk about it right now. That'll be for the GTII and AMC video, because I told y'all I follow GTII because they're fighting the shorts, and it seems as if they're one step ahead, and they just did something special for their shareholders to show their appreciation.
Look at this first.
They're not trying to cause a squeeze. They're not trying to cause a Moass. But if that's the result of actions that they do to strengthen their company, then you can't be accused of market manipulation, showing your shareholders appreciation, but that's for another video. What we need to do is get these videos up to 18 and 20,000 and start dropping $150 and $200 in AMC's pocket for every video that they put up. Now, I've talked to a few YouTubers. I've ran my idea past them. One YouTuber said that they really not on board with it, and I can't understand why not, but that's a whole nother story. But I talked to Uncle Frank for 30 minutes on the phone.
Uncle
when he
Frank
saw my video and he's called me, he said, "Man, you are onto something here. This is a way we can use to pay down an extra $200 million in the debt. Or we can get a special dividend." And people, trust me, we can do this. All right? We are apes. We are retail.
We can do this.
Need to be reunited again, and this is the first stop.
That's the total number of views.
I was talking about this in the Discord, and they were like, "Well, why
Think
you
about this? That's the total number of views on my channel. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? Not really.
Watch Shazam." I said, "It's just my gut, and sometimes you got to trust your gut, and this is the way."
Oh my God! What happened?
Bickering and talking bad about, "Oh, and Al from Boston's probably the one that started the Allegheny."
Probably is,
and he's not, by the way.
What happened to this? What happened to this?
Highcroft is the jet fuel that's going to take AMC and Ape to the moon.
Who said that? I wonder who said that.
Highcroft is the jet fuel that's going to take AMC and Ape to the moon.
Oh, right. But now this is it. Okay.
Now he's dealing with life, and YouTube.
Yes, I do have that in a clip.
But here's the deal: we can unite. Highcroft is the jet fuel that's going to take AMC and Ape to the moon. Bear agrees with me. Come here, Bear. Bear agrees. Go watch a video. Oh, man. You know, that's all we have to do. We could generate free income for AMC, and then we could talk to Adam Aaron about ways that we could use this revenue from us spending our time watching these videos. We needed Adam Aaron to post a video about the Walmart popcorn on here. And we will generate, leave it to us, we will generate 20,000 views to that video, and that's an extra $150, $200. And if everybody can come together,
oh my God, that's so much
to what we can make on YouTube for AMC. But we got to come back together, all right? And we have to be careful of what we say on YouTube. That's why I said from this point on, yes, I want to squeeze. Yes, I would love a Moass, but that cannot be our focus anymore. We need to focus on things that can generate.
But Apes Together Strong was always about a Moass. So how can you have Apes Together Strong not focused on the Moass? That's not Apes Together Strong. You can't go back to something yet want it to be different. Okay? And that's just one problem here. That's the most, minimal problem with this whole thing. But think about what he's saying. You can't go back to Apes Together Strong and then say, oh, but also, it needs to be different. Then it's not the same, is it? It's not going back to what it was. So I don't even know what he's saying. I don't even understand. He wants it to be the way he wants it to be. He wants it to be the way that he thinks that's the best. But, you know, it's going to be something completely random, arbitrary.
Yes, I would love a
Okay.
Moass, but that cannot be our focus anymore. We need to focus on things that can generate income for AMC. And this is the way. Now, I'm going to throw the challenge down for some of these.
They said this back in 2021.
For AMC?
They said a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe. They were talking about this back in 2021. And I'm not even kidding. They did. But, you know, it never went anywhere. But I think, and people also said, why don't they just set up a PayPal address so we can donate? We just donate money to them so they can pay their debt. And like, well, it doesn't really work that way. But if you're looking for somewhere to donate your money, why don't you just super chat to Trey?
They say they down with the
do about the same good.
Why don't Tony DeNaro tell his followers to go over to AMC and watch a video? All right, Thomas James, love you, brother. You're the UK man.
I don't. I hate him. He's terrible. Like, don't patronize these assholes. They fucking suck. You know they suck. Well, maybe he doesn't.
Why don't you tell your 40,000 subscribers?
Oh, God, 40,000.
To go watch AMC videos and put free revenue in AMC's pocket to help pay off this debt, or perhaps you'll hear about it in another video.
Because AMC doesn't want to pay off their debt. AMC never said they would pay off their debt. Paying off the debt is like probably not in the cards. But let's go with that for a second. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So the narrative goes that the apes believe that paying the debt will kill the short thesis. I can't disagree more. First of all, I mean, you're not going to. But secondly, what in the actual fuck would any of these fucking clowns know about a short thesis? What possible clue would they possibly have about what makes a valid and or strong short thesis? They have absolutely no clue. In fact, they're the people who have the least clue on the planet what a short thesis actually is and what a strong short thesis is. They don't understand shorting, first of all. They don't understand how it works. They don't understand why somebody would do it. They don't understand anything about it. They understand nothing about it. So that's a problem. Secondly, they've never actually done it. I would contend that very few, less than 1% of apes have ever shorted a stock. And they didn't start buying puts until they started fucking around with AMC. They didn't buy puts on AMC, but, you know, they think that puts are shorting, so it's one and the same for them. Now, the fact that they think that they know what a strong or weak short thesis would be, well, it's just further proof of the delusion that these people are caught in. I don't know if they're caught in it. Some of them are willingly in it, clearly. But, yeah, I just think that is hilarious when they say that will kill the short thesis, and that's like the thing that they're hinging on the most at this point is, you know, killing that short thesis. But the company isn't profitable. They're not close to being profitable. And sorry, apes, they lost quarter per share. When you look at the actual earnings per share, they lost 27 cents per share. So, and then they lost almost $1 per share on the year. last year, and that's not really getting any better. In a lot of ways, the fourth quarter was worse than the third quarter. We looked at that. So I just love it. I just love it. It's hilarious, though. You know, it'll kill the short thesis. Oh, right. Because in addition to being experts on everything else, including arson investigation, now an expert on short thesis validity. Okay, sure.
A special dividend to the shareholders of AMC. I'm calling on Tindy Time. I'm calling on Massalorian. I'm calling on every YouTuber, John Wick Sniping, Lou from versus Wall Street. Tell your followers at the end of your next
video. I think he had a couple more drinks before this iteration of the video.
Movie theaters and to go watch Shazam until we hit 20,000, and just go on to the next one and the next one and the next one till we hit 20,000.
Crypto is a scam. Get out while you still can.
There's the challenge. If you don't want to do it, we're just going to have to ask why. Because this is how we generate. He's getting mad too. This is how we generate free income.
Bitcoin is over 22,000 though.
Special dividends.
Boy, that's not going to end with tears.
And with that, I'm going to close.
Maybe this is really is it.
I'll say this. I want to talk about it.
Maybe this is really is it. Holy shit. Maybe it is. I think this might actually be it. Oh my God. I'm going to have to sign off, guys, and do some crypto investing.
Highcroft next, because Miss Diane's put out a video right here called Highcroft Mining Share Price Update. And do you realize that only has 414?
Yeah, because we don't need. Why would you need a video from the CEO on the price of the share? You could just go here and type it in and look and see that it's 31 fucking cents and going down. But I do want to see that video. Oh my God, this is going to be funny. Whatever the hell I just typed. There it is. This is some garbage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Garrett.
You know by that music right away that this is going to be great. Listen to that music.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Garrett, President and CEO of Highcroft.
I want to see her doing some jazzercise.
Today I want to talk with you about our share price performance and our listing on NASDAQ. Let's begin with our share price performance, which
delisting? Maybe? I don't know.
Honestly has been disappointing, and I'm a shareholder too. But here's what we know.
Yeah, but you didn't YOLO your own funds into this thing, did you? How many shares did you actually buy with your own money? Probably less than these dumbass motherfucking apes did. I would be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet on that.
And our
if we could know. Maybe we can. I don't think we can.
On NASDAQ.
Maybe we can. She's an officer of the company. I don't feel like looking it up.
Let's begin with our share price performance, which honestly has been disappointing, and I'm a shareholder too. But here's what we know. The recent markets have been quite volatile. However, the outlook for gold and silver remain very bullish. For those of us who've been in the mining business a long time, we've seen these cycles numerous times, and we know that they pass. Also, many of you have seen from recent filings, the one remaining hedge fund in our shareholder registry has been selling some of their holdings, which has affected our trading volumes and share price performance. Our goal has been and continues to be bringing in the long-term value investors who specifically invest in mining companies. These large institutional investors have previously invested in our management team with prior companies, and we have delivered.
I think Mudrick's out. I think Sprott's out.
To do that for all of our shareholders at Highcroft. Now, regarding our listing on NASDAQ, on October 3rd, 2022, we received a notice from NASDAQ of non-compliance with the listing requirements because we traded below $1 for 30 consecutive business days. In our 8K filing, we provided details of the NASDAQ letter, which lays out the path and options that are available to us. To summarize, In the event
There's a
the
dollar.
company does not regain compliance by having a closed bid price at or above $1 for 10 consecutive business days by April 3rd of 2023, but meets the other listing requirements on the NASDAQ capital market, the company can apply for an additional 180-day extension to regain compliance. During this period, the deficiency can be cured by having a closing bid price at or above $1 for 10 consecutive business days, or by effecting a reverse.
There it is.
If
There it
necessary,
is.
or by.
There it is. And how many times we've talked about, I've mentioned that cloaked under whatever Adam Aaron has said is the concept that they don't want the stock, they, in this case, AMC. AMC does not want the stock price to go below the NYSE listing requirements because there's a chance that they could get knocked out, and that would be devastating. Hycroft is telling you that's what they're going to do. Because do you think, I mean, look at this shit. I mean, April's not that fucking far away, okay? April is not that far away. Even if it just goes sideways, how the hell else are they going to get up over 200%? So this is relevant for AMC as far as I'm concerned.
By some other means. The company is in regular contact with the NASDAQ exchange, and we have submitted our letter requesting the additional 180-day extension.
Of course.
We will let you know when we hear from NASDAQ. We thank you for your support. Hang in there with us. With a strong treasury, a highly experienced management team, and a world-class asset with exciting results, we are well positioned for delivering value for our shareholders.
Oh, yeah. Where is it? 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 Here it is. I forgot the name of the website because it's not Hycroft Mine. It's hppromotionalsolutions.com, but here's Hycroft. They don't even have the coins on here anymore. Well, actually, I think they do. Yeah, there it is. Sold out, though. Damn it. Hycroft hat. Who wants a Hycroft visor? On me. Camelback water bottle for $50. Solid. Pocket t-shirt for 20. There's Hycroft. Yes. Citing products. Maybe your wife wants one or when she goes to the tennis club. I don't know. Oh my God.
Shareholders are in Hycroft. You're not interested in knowing what she's talking about, why the price is where it's at?
She's not talking about why the price is where it's at. She didn't talk about that at all. She said they were going to do a reverse split so that they could weasel their way out of the NASDAQ delisting. That's what she said.
Go watch the video. I'll link it at the end of my video for y'all to go see what she had to say about the Hycroft Mining share price update. With that, love y'all.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. None of this stuff is real. None of it is real. I mean, the silver coins, I guess, might be, but Lynn had a theory on that. Are you still around? Do you still have the capabilities to come in voice chat? Maybe you can explain your theory on the on the Hycroft. What the fuck is it called? The Hycroft gold silver coins. But yeah, it does look rather this. You know what this stuff is? This is the kind of, and the website. I mean, can't see it, but hppromotionalsolutions.com. Yeah, I know, I know. I'll shut that shit down immediately. hppromotionalsolutions.com. You know, and what this stuff is, it's like it is promotional material. It's like pens and flash drive, an 8 GB flash drive for $18. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I looked these up because I was going to get some, and I forget the price that I found, but it was way, way, way less than that for even gold. I have to find it again. Oh, and they weren't they weren't 8 GB either. They were way bigger. What did Lynn say about Temu? TEMU? Said my dad was going to shop there. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe he will because they have 128 GB metal bullion gold bar flash drives. Well, I guess okay, the 32 is 498, 128 is $10. I could still make $10 each if I charge $20. Still make, you know, still mark it up 100%. And I feel like you're going to get it cheaper too than this. I wouldn't buy it from here probably. Fine gold. Is that a Hycroft logo? Shit, I don't know. The window of opportunity is closing for the voice chat because I'm almost done. But yeah, that's Hycroft right there for you. Isn't that great? That's the most they've actually sold of anything. And these are sold out. You know, the only reason I found out about these is because I was bored one night and I went over to the AMC stock subreddit. This place is you know, hell on wheels over here. And I saw all these pictures of coins. So it looked like a silver coin. So I looked at it and saw that, yeah, that's what it was. People buying it and showing it off as if that was something to be proud of. And I mean, honestly, too, this was my indicator for, you know, really taking a hard look at a contrarian stance on the prevailing bearish doom and gloom sentiment as a result of this bank situation. And we see that futures at least are up over 1%. NASDAQ's up almost 1.5% right now. Now, this could all change. We know that. Don't even, you know, don't even go there. This could all, the minute, and this has happened, not even 18 minutes after I ended a stream, the goddamn thing went to the fucking floor. And it's like, oh, God damn it. The whole time I'm sitting here thinking, what the hell is going on? Okay, well, the futures are up in the stream. Full of shit, full of shit. And then, boom, 17 minutes later, it's through the floor. And then the next day, it's up 2%. So this really means nothing. That's all I'm saying here. But at least for now, and look at this anti-correlation between this and the dollar, too. I mean, it's sort of a little bit, but it's not. I noticed recently that the correlation is weird. The correlation has been a little weird, or the inverse correlation. That would be the normal correlation. Okay, now it's proven me wrong, but it's been a little wonky. That's probably because JP Morgan runs that algo that trades arbitrage on the dollar and futures. I'm just guessing. I'm just talking out of my ass. But I say it's JP Morgan, and everybody knows that they're the most corrupt bank in the world. So they probably are messing with the algo. It's programmed incorrectly. I mean, yeah, look, it's going full retard here. Okay, now it's not. It's just a little slow tonight because it's cold. I don't know. Anyway, the apes are the only ones that can really go full retard and make you actually believe it that they are actually that retarded. I mean, um, dominoes, anyone watching people delight to the collapse of a bank? Oh, okay. Shout out from Walmart. Great. Nice shout out. So yeah, I saw this on here, that stupid coin, and boy, that was hilarious. Black Monday, the 13th, 2023 will be historic. See, they all think that this is what's in the cards. This is what's happening. So how could you not look at how could you not look at another viewpoint and then actually learn about what's happening? And I say again, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money tomorrow chasing this shit. Whichever way it goes, there's going to be a lot of people going the other way. And I mean, if you look at the option chain from last Friday, even it was extremely bearish. What the fuck is happening? It looks like we're going to be paid soon. How do you get that? Remember that a liquidity crisis means that whoever is shorting any stocks, the bank who lend the money to shorts, will be asking for their money back. In other words, margin calls and forcing shorts to close. Yeah, well, that much is clear. I mean, you should have started with that. AMC deserves a bailout if the banks that screw them get 1 penny. This is fantasy world over here. Unrealized gains or losses on investment securities. Oh boy. I mean, and this is directly because, excuse me, this is directly related to the interest rate hikes. But not, I mean, and this is only a problem if they have the massive run of withdrawals that particular bank had, because that particular bank is 90% VCs with billions of dollars in the bank. So this is not the contagion. I don't believe that these people clearly believe it is. And this is the problem when you don't take the time to look into details. You just go with hype and FOMO and YOLO and social media influence. It's just going to be another trail of tears the apes are getting ready to walk down. Whether they make stupid investments thinking that something's going to happen again, or they just get their hopes up again and have them crushed again. I mean, this is ridiculous. What impact will we see? Well, let's find out. Let's find out what the apes say. What say the ape? Look who probably loaning their shares out. BlackRock and Vanguard is the two biggest in SVB. I'm hoping they lend out all their shares and need to recall it ASAP due to liquidity issues. Okay. I think our focus is on the AMC vote. Everything else is a distraction. We would need the SVB situation to infect other banks, which isn't unlikely, but the billions lost in the SVB collapse alone is likely absorbed by the markets without much issue. And they got 3 down votes for a comment that I mostly don't disagree with. Just as you joined, your earbud died. Maybe that's a sign. It's getting late anyway. I'm trying not to make these streams go so late. But let's pop back over to the futures, and then we'll have one video play us out, one or another. Yeah, it just keeps sliding higher. Cool. I mean, I'm not gonna claim victory yet, but and like I said, 16 and a half minutes after we end the stream, it's probably gonna go through the floor. So the Dow's up 1%, NASDAQ is holding at 1.42, and the S&P is at 1.4. I was also looking at over here looking at shit. It will do it right. I was also over here looking at crypto a little bit ago. Noticed that you know, Ethereum just hit 16. Bitcoin's at 22.4. Ethereum's pumping like mad here. I think I have a dual window set up here with Bitcoin and Ethereum. And Ethereum had been kind of hanging out around like 1575 or something. Well, it's up here into this area, and I mean yeah, I mean it was a little zigzag here at that 1550 to 70 whatever level, this level kind of in here, but by and large just kind of slid on past it. Whatever. So let's see here. Manny, I mean, XLF is on my list to watch for sure. Where do we go here? Okay. 1 hour, fine, whatever. So somebody wise, not me, somebody actually wise one time said that a bank, it's hard for the market to go up if bank stocks are not going up, or if bank stocks go down. And you know, it's hard to argue that really. This is the S&P on orange. So now we're seeing, we see the S&P futures up. Of course, maybe they're getting ready to roll over finally. Maybe I waited too long. Maybe the street kept the stream going too long, and now it's going to crash during the stream. So I better get off here then. But and it's so interesting, the momentum, the stochastic indicator, what the stochastic indicator is doing here on this. What the stochastic indicator did on Friday on this was because it was down almost 2%, but momentum as indicated by this indicator at least. So that, to me, you know, at least on an intraday basis, you might call that a divergence. Of course, here on the daily, it's in highly kind of oversold region. I got my eye on this too, because I think there's a good chance that a lot of this was overreaction. That's the contrarian stance, I think. And I think that there may be some validity there. Now, it's certainly not like me to be bullish. So I'm not saying that, but I mean, in short term speak, trader speak, you know. Yeah, let me get that tweet up here. Here's Scavenger. He's not fucking around with it. Okay. He's not taking any chances. Pulling my cash from the bank next week, be on the safe side, not going to wait around for government bailouts. But of course, the irony here is that it is this very activity, it is this very panic that is what leads to conditions like SVB and bailouts even entering the picture. So why are you panicking? In my opinion, this is the wrong way to react to this. Yeah, where is he going to hide it? Under a mattress? He has a mattress? Oh, I'm sure he's got one on the floor somewhere, air mattress. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe he lives at home and still has a mattress. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens nonetheless. Also interesting, JP Morgan on Friday. Pretty much the only one. Here's Citi. I mean, a little bit they saved Bank of America, Wells. There's also an index called Bank, which I just recently found out about, which is a NASDAQ sub-index, I think. I don't think you can trade it, but it's because it doesn't have volume on it or anything, but it's just an indication of bank. What does it say? It calls it an index. It's bank and financial sector in the NASDAQ. So that's a good indicator. Another ETF I found out about recently is called TAC, TACK. And look how well this did on Friday. So this is Katie Stockton's ETF. She is probably one of the best market analysts out there. If you've ever followed any of that type of stuff, maybe she could play us out. Um, but yeah, that's pretty darn good performance there. Up 1.5% on Friday. So I got that on my list as well. But the sectors, everything just got killed. Get real estate. Crazy. Materials, financials. And this is industrial. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's one. So who is this guy? I don't even know who this guy is. Oh, he's okay, Republican from Kentucky. CO2 is our food's food. What is that supposed to mean? That is pandering to ignorance right there, my friends. Who knows if that's even true, by the way, too. Like this, it could be true. Who knows? But I'm as anti-censorship as it gets, but spreading unfounded rumors to promote a run on the bank is one of the very few instances where the yelling fire in a crowded theater analogy actually does apply. What about yelling fire in a theater that's on fire? So he thinks that yeah, they do need CO2. That's right. But I mean, see, but why would that be in your fucking Twitter bio unless you are a climate change denying insert fill in the blank? And Chris, it's not a bailout, okay? Not a bailout. None of that that money, this is what they said, will come from taxpayer dollars. Just keeping it real. That's what they said. That is what they said. I'm not making this up. That's what they said. They have to be very, very, very careful about calling this a bailout. And if it's true what they said, then I mean, is it a bailout? Is it not a bailout? I don't know, but taxpayers don't want to pay for this. If it was a bailout like 2008, 9, well, nothing would happen. But everybody on Twitter would, say that they're going to show up at the SEC or the IRS or whoever. But please stop. Yelling fire in a crowded theater is a hypothetical in one of the worst decisions in SCOTUS history, one which was long ago overturned. You can yell fire in a crowded theater. It's protected speech. Okay. That doesn't mean that you couldn't be held liable for something if something happened and it ended up not there was no emergency and somebody got trampled. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get, held accountable for that. Oh God. Oh dear. We're screwed. Dodd-Frank prevents the use of the word. Um, sure. Uh, I guess my thing is, where's the money coming from? But I, I'm just saying, everybody. I mean, I don't think people here are taking this the wrong way, but I'm trying to show what I'm trying to show. Oh, I don't know about that. There's already a fund out there. We read about it earlier. Um, but I don't think they're printing money for this. I mean, I could be wrong. That would be kind of uh, but there's a fund already that already exists, and they said they're not even going to have to tap into that fund. Where did that article go? I know I still have it up here. I got all of them up here. Well, it was the latest one from Bloomberg, I think. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Actions will, okay. Fully protect all depositors' money. Oh, that's right. I have the press releases. That's right. Make available additional funding to help depository institutions to help assure banks have the ability to meet the needs. Bank term funding program offering loans up to 1 year and linked to banks. Okay, that's loans. Assets are valued at par. 25 billion from the Exchange Stabilization Fund. That's what I was looking for before. But they don't anticipate that they're going to need to draw on those funds, but that's also available. Never heard of this personally, but that was the fund that I was mentioning. Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank reduce stress across the financial system. And then there's this one from the Treasury. Maybe they did, Chilo. How do you know they didn't? But it would have been moot anyway because you can't trade it. So all those people who thought that they were, and there were a lot actually. I looked. I can do it again. I'm not quite, don't quote me on what happens here, but I don't even know if I can look at it actually. Oh yeah. Oh, is it all cleared? No, it's not. They're here. It's all here. So all this open interest, I don't know what happens to it. To be honest, I don't know what happens to it. It might just go away. But I mean, these options are all worthless. These options aren't, there's no way that these could be worth anything. The shares don't trade. So I'm not sure how anything would happen with this. No, actually, it's not illegal. That was another question that somebody had one time, and I actually looked it up. As long as they don't trade on any non-material, non-public information, they absolutely can. It's really not any different than like a buyback would be. But they can hold derivatives of their own stock. The company itself can. And if there is material non-public information, then they have to disclose it, I guess, but they wouldn't do that. But that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, and there, like clearly somebody did. Well, you can't see the volume, but there was volume on Friday. It's all NA now. I don't know. Actually, can I go back to think back? Will it show it? Like Thursday, Friday? I don't know. Depends on how much they have been able to scrub, right? Jackass. I know. Oh, yeah. So this is from Thursday, the 9th. We're just looking at March expiration. So maybe we go back another day. Okay, yeah. So Wednesday, the stock was 267. And there was really not that much option activity. There was some very few calls, even fewer puts really traded. Thursday, stock price was 106. I guess that was the closing price. 106, and it looks like the options only went down to 125. The option strikes only went to 125. That's the lowest strike there was. Went up to 470, but the lowest strike was 125. So at this point on Thursday, now this is Thursday, all these puts are in the money. Now, if you had traded them, would have been cool. I mean, look at this, the 125 put, for example. Early in the week. Now, I don't know what the hell's going on with this, because it's showing $70 ask, and then it's showing a 480 ask. And this was before shit hit the fan, so I don't know. And IV actually went down on those, so I don't know. But let's just say, whatever. There's not even any open interest on the 125s. Nobody thought it would go that low. How about this one? The 150. 150, 150, 150. There were already open interest on that. The 150. 150 is shot up from 70 cents to $48. A bid of $44.30. 70 cents to $44.30. Overnight. And there were some traded that day, 2,500 of them. And there were all the way down traded. That's wild. And now they've added these, look, they've added the strikes below that. Wow. Market's so efficient. Here's the 125s. Okay, from one day to the next. From Thursday, a volume, so there's no open interest. I'm on the right screen, right? Yeah, good. No open interest on Thursday. It says Thursday, going into Thursday. Nobody traded these. There were none open. 11,000 traded on Thursday. Friday, staying on the same strike. None were traded. None were traded of anything Friday. But 3,500 of them were still open. That means that, let's just call it 7,000 contracts were opened and closed on Thursday. However, 3,500 contracts were not, and they remained open into the oblivion. I bet those people are kicking themselves. CEO of SVB sold 11% of his shares last week. Yeah, heard about that. Heard about the bonuses that were distributed also recently. There's no doubt that there's some fraud going on there. And not to mention the fact that they had all these unrealized losses that weren't marked to market that nobody really knew about. That's how the narrative goes. Now, if you ask Lou, probably going to get a different answer. But at least what's being reported in the media that I've read is that, because of the interest rates and the high number of deposits, yada, 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 and the low amount of loans that were going out. And Peter Thiel said everybody should get their money out of it, and then that was the powder keg. In a nutshell. Of course, it's never as simple as that. But look, everybody thinks that it's going to cause the AMC squeeze. Isn't that cute? Everybody thinks. Everybody thinks that. Yet the market is up. Is it still up? Oh, yeah. Oh, oops, wrong one. Everybody here thinks that. That's what I was looking at here. So we got lottery stocks coming out, stocks and crypto plays coming out saying it. AMC addicts. I've never even heard of this one. This is a new grifter, apparently, or maybe not. Marble Run races. Okay, cool. So we got a kids channel that pivoted to AMC. Look at this. They look like every other AMC. Look at all this from the last 3, 4 days, 5 days, 2 weeks. I've never even seen this channel before. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How is there still this much demand for this nonsense? 2 months ago, they switched from marble races to talking about stocks. Okay. That tells me everything I need to know right there. But in the spirit of, discovery and being fair, let's go. This will be it. Play us out. AMC addicts.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the
Oh my God, it's another one of these. Oh, fuck.
Addicts. So operates.
You got to be kidding me. Wow. Okay.
Gary Gensler's market. If I default on my mortgage or vehicle loan, I lose them and cannot obtain new loans. Nothing is lost when hedge funds default on failing to deliver. Authorities do not require them to have insurance, and
it has nothing to do with this situation.
For the wealthy.
Are you
Gary
kidding me?
supports solely their advancement. Only advancement is 1%. I am excited to hear.
There should be a requirement that the people that create these channels need to speak English as a first language. If you're going to create a channel where you write a script and have the computer read it, please actually speak English. Please be able to compose in English fluently. This is garbage. But this is what the grift has become. This is the state of the grift right here. It's a low quality channel with a text to speech narrated voice as the narrator. That is what this bullshit has become.
What, if anything,
LARPing on the most basic of news, misinterpreting it, saying that it's going to make apes rich. What a disgrace.
Adam Marin and the team here from Favinori.
Don't even try to have it pronounce the names correctly. No, not happening. Sorry. This one's too long, but whatever. I should harp on this idiot more.
Check it. Alright guys, what is up? In this video, it's an AMC update with technical analysis giving you guys predictions for the week. I also look
at technical analysis predictions. Awesome.
To crash, and I clarify my position on the vote and why I think that it's all priced in and we won't see any price action. But what could trigger the Moass is if it is a no vote. But I think it's rigged against us.
Priced in? Yeah, they've priced in that this is a shit stock. Make no mistake about that. That's priced in.
Check out the charts, the facts, the data, and see what we have going on.
That's what is up. In this video, I'm going to update you on AMC for this trading week.
How obnoxious.
And why I think this trading week is going to be huge for AMC stock. What I'm looking at with the data and all of the things that I've studied.
Well, sir, you say this every week, okay? And it never comes to fruition. Nobody holds you accountable. I'm that asshole. I am that asshole. So you were wrong before. Really, there's no reason for anybody even to watch this video, but I'm a glutton for punishment.
Is the potential market crash possibly causing AMC to squeeze? The market could crash at any time with the banks failing.
Oh my God, there it is.
Inflation rate data coming out. All of this stuff could cause the market to crash. So if this data comes out and it comes out above, which I posted about in my weekly update, if this comes out above the 5.5 or the 6% range for these two metrics, that would cause the market to absolutely capitulate, especially with the way that the banks are collapsing right now. Also, if more...
Are you kidding me? Year over year is going to come out lower. Year over year has been lower. Year over year is going to come out lower. What you need to pay attention to is month over month. That's a much more granular data set. I want to know in the shorter term, are we going in the right direction or not? And that's pretty much, you know, whatever.
More banks.
Why does he have all these other fucking countries on here too? At least he drew a supply on the chart above the current price. Well, yeah.
Anything like that, any type of black.
Did he screw that up before?
The contagion from the banks failing now could happen, could cause the market to crash. And I
banks,
explained why
plural.
In that video.
Yeah, you had two.
History with the Volkswagen short squeeze on why they could easily cause the AMC short squeeze. So AMC could literally kick off at any moment. And we also have a ton of metrics in the options.
I'm sorry. Volkswagen has nothing to do with this. I mean, it's so hard for me just to sit here and listen to this. But I'm going to eat another nutty bar. Maybe that'll keep my mouth shut.
Change
Fuck you.
Showing a huge amount of
Volkswagen
data,
fucking
as
squeeze.
well as bullish data coming in on the open interest as far as the max pain being $9 as well. So there is very bullish data for AMC as far as the max pain, and the options chains looking very, very good to push us up to these higher levels. And I do think it is a potential that we could see $8 to $10 next week for AMC stock.
No, the max pain is $9 because there's so many fucking out of the money options here at $10 and $15. That's the only reason. It doesn't mean if it's $5, they still keep all that premium, you dumbass. Like, seriously, it's not going to push you up to that. Oh, God.
I don't think that the vote is going to have much effect. I just dropped a video on why I don't think the vote's going to have much effect. I think it is going to be a yes vote. I explained it all in that video. I don't want it to be a yes
bad back.
But I'm pretty sure it's going to be a yes vote. And I explained why. And I explained how Adam Aaron basically sold us out because he sold the shares to Antera and to these hedge funds. They own.
Oh, he sold the shares to somebody who would buy them.
Yes. So that is why I believe it is going to be a yes vote. I don't think it's
the only reason he sold those shares is because you wouldn't let him sell the other ones when they were actually worth something.
already
you fucked
priced
it up.
into the stock. What I think could trigger the Moass is if the vote turns out to be a no on April 27th. So they can't do anything. That's another reason why I don't think I'm going to see any price action from it, because they can't really do anything but give us an answer. They can't do anything, and we don't even know if the answer is correct, because there is somebody suing Adam Aaron. Another hedge fund is suing Adam Aaron for telling us, or basically selling us out, selling all these shares to Antera and letting them to control the vote. Another hedge fund is saying no, you can't do that, and made a lawsuit. And now there has to be a lawsuit to vote in favor or not for the AMC conversion. So we're going to see that happen on April 27th. So that's when we will see real price action, if there is anything from this vote. So that's why I said in that video, I don't think we'll see any price action, but it's still going to be a big week for AMC.
No worries for him, though.
The market crash, any black swan.
That's more guaranteed watch time for his videos, right? Oh, he doesn't care if it takes until fucking 2026. Just stay right here, baby. Keep watching my videos. Let me rake in the YouTube money. Absolute grifter.
Kick off AMC, and we are looking at bullish technical analysis showing
no, you're not.
AMC's price action is looking very, very bullish. And if we look at this high,
that's
low,
bullish.
High setup, so basically we have a higher high, and a higher high. We have a higher low, a higher
what?
low, and a higher.
What are you talking about? No. Oh my God. Well, first of all, your chart is so fucking cluttered that you can't see what the fuck you're even pointing to. Nextly, you're pointing to the wicks of candles and saying that they're higher highs? Higher highs, higher highs. Sweetheart, okay. Nobody cares about what the fucking highest price was that it was sold at, okay? I want to know the fucking closing price. The closing fucking price, okay? This is some basic motherfucking shit. Basic motherfucking shit. No, you do not have higher fucking highs. Fucking grifter.
Higher low. So if we look at that setup,
higher lows. Okay.
You can see
sure.
Price action just based off that technical analysis alone, $8 to $10. I'll show you guys why here, because if we go ahead and draw a line, so all you guys have to do is draw a line, and I'll show you guys it's marked in blue. If we look, it takes us to about the $8 to $10 range if we were to get up in that area and get the bounce right here. And I do think we're getting the bounce for many reasons. I will explain why here, because
I thought you said this was based on data. You just said you think.
And zoom into the smaller time frames, you guys can see that we're in a falling wedge. We had 1, 2, 3, 4.
No,
5.
You're in a fucking downtrend, okay? I'm so sick of this falling wedge nonsense. Falling wedge. Yeah, that's a fucking sliver. It looks like a fucking doorstop. That's not a wedge, okay? That is not a motherfucking wedge. I don't know where you learned how to make these lines, but fuck, he sucks at it. This is not a wedge. That is a clear downtrend. There is no reason to draw that lower line or the upper line. Draw one line, boom. That's it. Now, a downtrend is not bullish. Okay? Thank you. A downtrend is not bullish. That's not a falling wedge. And by the way, when has a falling wedge ever worked out for AMC? When? That was Trey's whole thing, descending broadening wedge for 15 months. It's bullish, the bullish pattern. Get off my dick. Turns out being on Trey's dick, as gross as it sounds, was the right place to be, because he ended up being wrong. All of them ended up being wrong. So I can't imagine having the balls to come on YouTube. Well, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take balls, actually. I can't imagine having that little integrity. In all seriousness, I cannot imagine having this low of a moral integrity level and ethical to come on YouTube and honestly to say that this is a falling wedge and it is bullish. You've got to be a fucking you got to be kidding me, actually. You've got to be kidding me. This is what the AMC grift has become, ladies and gentlemen, right here. The weakest fucking limpest dick technical analysis you can ever come up with. On a Webull chart, no less. What a bunch of garbage. This guy should just stop now. But I'm not. I'm not.
5 days to the downside. That's another reason why we're getting the bounce. We're in a falling wedge and we're breaking out of the falling wedge. That is another reason why I think we're getting
breaking out.
RSI is open.
Well, I can't see that there because of your hopium line.
Oversold in the oversold territory.
Let
That
me
is
get a
another
line of that
reason why we're
hopium.
getting the bounce. Buyers like to
Must
step
be
in when
real
the
good.
RSI gets this low. You can see that the MACD is starting to become bullish, and even if you go down on the smaller time frames, you guys can see that the MACD is turning bullish and flipping bullish on these smaller time frames, on these
Oh
smaller
yeah,
metrics,
in
which is
the
all
after
indicative
hours on
of the stock getting
Friday,
a bounce.
because it's
And
so
even if the
important
stock
what
came down to the
happens.
$5 level, about
Give me a
about
fucking
$5
break.
even, we would still be in this higher high, higher low setup and still in position to get to those.
Wait, what?
Getting a bounce, and even if the stock came down to the $5 level, about $5 even, we would still be in this higher high, higher low setup and still in position to get to those higher lows or those higher highs of $8 to $10. What I'm looking at for next week, I am predicting next week
delusional
to be a green week, to have a green weekly candle, and I'm looking for a high of $8 to $10, a possible low at $6. But
the
I really
stock
think
is
we're going to
nearly
end the
going to
week around
double
that
next
$9
week.
range, just based off of Max Payne and the options chain
Based
and
off
the
of Max
technical
Payne.
analysis alone.
Based off of Max Payne. Well, how did that work out last week, buddy? And why would it be different this week? How can you say it's going to go up by nearly 100% this week based on the Max Payne when what was Max Payne last week? Did it hit Max Payne? How many times higher than the actual price was Max Payne last week? And why didn't it go there? But this week it will. No, it won't.
So that is what I'm looking at for AMC
Max
stock,
Payne
as
is a bunch
well
of
as if you
garbage.
go ahead and flip on the EMAs,
Really?
go ahead and flip on the
For
EMAs.
this, you
You
can't
guys can
make
see
these
that we
predictions
still
off
have that
Max
golden
Payne.
cross on the 4-hour time frame. So anytime the 50 EMA marked in gold crosses over the 200 EMA marked in white, that is called a golden cross, and that is an indicator that even the most sophisticated traders and quote unquote smart money uses to determine if a stock is bullish. And on the 4-hour time frame, this is still very bullish. And that head and shoulders that I was explaining last week.
Yeah, no, they're not going to invest in something because it has a so-called golden cross. If they're an unprofitable shit company that has resorted to discount store gimmicks to get people in the door. No. Give me a fucking give me a fucking break.
This is where the shoulders right here. This is the head and this is the shoulder. That already played out. So that is already fully played out.
Max Payne. Thanks, Chris.
And the bounce that everyone was looking
Thank
for
you.
after the head and shoulders played out. So there's multiple reasons why I think next week is going to be extremely bullish.
And they're all nonsense. They're all nonsense. You didn't give a single actual reason. Tony started the whole Max Payne lingo. Oh, God. Of course. Jesus Christ. Garbage.
Why I think anything could potentially cause the stock market to crash and cause a black swan event like the banks failing or anything like that that could cause AMC to squeeze. I do not think the March 14th vote is going to cause AMC to squeeze.
This is the kitchen sink approach right here. And everybody's going there. Oh, anything could cause it at this point. Anything could happen. Nothing is. Oh, God.
But
I hate how much this shit is like fucking 7th grade gossip. Girls gossiping. And I'm not just talking about AMC. I'm talking about the entire market. It's such a fucking gossip. There's gossip, rumors, all this bullshit. Most 90% of it's bullshit. The biggest piece of which being the Fed pivot. Oh, I will never get over that one. The fucking whole fucking Fed pivot nonsense that started last year was a 6th grade girl gossip level narrative. It was garbage from the beginning. It's only a cleanup operation. Yeah,
get a no
right.
vote,
That's
that
loose lingo.
be the trigger, because that is something that hedge funds
I
are
love
not
it.
planning for, and that could potentially be the trigger for the AMC Moass.
What? What is?
That could cause is going to be extremely bullish. There is multiple reasons why I think anything could potentially cause the stock market to crash and cause a black swan event like the banks failing or anything like that that could cause AMC to squeeze. I do not think the March 14th vote is going to cause AMC to squeeze, but if we get a no vote, that could be the trigger, because that is something that hedge funds are not planning for, and that could potentially be the trigger for the AMC Moass. If you guys look at what the SPY is doing,
I mean, it's not going to be no, but
it's in
whatever.
a bearish phase on the MACD. If we look at the daily time frame is not yet oversold. It's kind of approaching that territory on the 4-hour time frame, but buyers have not yet stepped in. As you guys can see, if you look at the smaller time frames, it doesn't look like we're getting a bounce. It
did
just
tonight.
Support at 384. But if we get bad news for year-over-year core inflation rating or another bank comes out, it looks like we can see a lot more downside. And I do think we're going to see a
don't even worry. Somebody down here said Signature Bank closed its doors. And the guy said, did that just happen? Oh. Going to sue AMC and the board for fixing this shit. What? No, you can't do that. Sorry.
Week for the SPY, but
I love
it's
these
not
people.
something that I'm worried about for AMC, because as you guys can see, the SPY has been in a downtrend, but AMC, as I showed you guys, has been in an uptrend. So AMC has actually been trending against SPY, and that is very, very bullish in my opinion. If you look at the two stocks,
oh, really?
been in a downtrend. It kind of did like a head and shoulders, but AMC is in a very, very
what do you know?
uptrend, and that is why another reason why I think this is going to lead us to the Moass, and I think that the Moass is very, very, very close. Also, there's a ton of reasons why AMC could explode any
Middle
minute,
Eastern,
because
the
we're on the
Moass
threshold security list. GME was on the threshold security list
means
for
nothing.
39 days.
Don't you know it means nothing? Haven't you figured that out yet?
List. And if you look at the failure to delivers, that's going to provide bullish momentum all next week.
I'm sorry, I got to go back here. I got to go back to what he just said. What was that about AMC trading differently than the SPY? Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I got the wrong thing on there. I got to compare it to AMC. That's right. Well, let's see. I compared SPY to SPY. I admit that I screwed that up. Maybe we need to make both of them lines so we can see better. Okay, there's a day. Now I forget which color's which. Okay, the light one is AMC. Let's change it to something obvious. AMC is going to be white. There you go. And the SPY is blue. Okay, there's one day right there. Oh, yeah, what do you know? What do you know? A couple days, yep. In 2022, though, and beyond, generally speaking, they trade together. Sorry. They trade together, and so did they on Friday. Anyway, but I mean, who cares? Who cares what the actual data show?
All the dates for next,
because this is zero data. Zero data.
With failure to delivers that have to be bought.
No data for you.
T plus 35.
Managed event. It is a managed event. Absolutely. We already heard that. Lou said that. He said it's a manufactured crisis, essentially. Well, I think that's word for word what he said. I don't know if he used managed event. I love managed event, though. I love the terminology of managed event. I love his euphemisms. They're so great. Such a clever guy.
Regardless of what people say, I think
I'm not even kidding. I do love his euphemisms.
Increasing price action and the steady uptrend. As you guys can see, failure to delivers marked in white have been steadily increasing and steadily increasing up. So this is failure to delivers in chart form. The yellow is the price. As you guys can see, failure to delivers are steadily increasing, and price has been steadily increasing, So I
don't know if I don't think that they bailed out every bank that did nothing.
Plus 35. I think that is
I think that they have to be they're selectively. I mean, they did do Signature Bank, but yeah, but no, I agree that how can free market operate with no risk? And that's what the guy on the Bloomberg clip said. Banks should fail, and a non-zero number of banks failing is not healthy. So I agree, but the question is, will it really? Will all these banks really do it? You know, and I don't know. We'll have to find out. But I mean, one thing I think though is true. I think this is going to be seen as a bailout, whether it technically is or not. It's going to be seen as such. And where the hell is Occupy Wall Street when you need them? These guys just petered out way too soon. I think they would probably have run far, far away from this ape movement, though. Lou also said manufactured bank crisis. There you go. That's what I was thinking of. But yeah, so you're going to have bond portfolios. Interest rates are rising. You're not lending anything. So what are you going to do? Oh, we're just not going to mark our losses to market, and we're not going to disclose it to our investors? Yeah, you deserve to fucking go tits up. And I don't know about the depositors, but I mean, sometimes this shit happens. And it sucks that we won't have the next genius act because the VC won't be able to fund it. Fuck VC and Silicon Valley. That's what I say. I don't give a fuck. I don't want the next big app. They all suck. Okay, I'm half joking, but seriously, as if VC is that fucking important. I don't think we really care because it sets a dangerous precedent. It does. And what people hear is that, oh, well, I couldn't pay my rent during this pandemic through no fault of my own. I've been looking for work. I can't find work, whatever. And I don't want to argue those facts. That's the assumption. And so I got evicted. I didn't get any help, yada, 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 and so on. And the reality is, of course, it's different. We're not talking about individuals, but still, it's not going to be great. Yeah, hold off on your earnings. And then there you go. There's the argument. If you know that only 250K is insured, then why deposit more than that? And to be clear, I mean, we're talking about venture capital firms here. I mean, 90% of the depositors had over 250K because they were VCs. It wasn't mostly individuals, depositors at that bank. So why the fuck would they do it? But Peter Thiel can come out this last week and say, well, you guys better blah, blah, blah. I hate all these motherfuckers. They never fucking lose. And we can see why. We absolutely see why. What a bunch of bullshit. But I don't think that it's going to be a massive failure of a massive amount of banks. I'm sticking to that. And I think that the market will rally ultimately. I think that if for no other reason, they see, and they in this case is Wall Street. Wall Street sees that the bearish sentiment just got accelerated. They're going to rally the shit. They're going to fucking crush you because that's what they do. That is what they do. Their job is to humiliate as many people as possible on a daily basis. That's it. So, every retail investor and their sister thinks that the market is going to crash on Monday. Get ready for a fucking rip-roaring rally. That's all I'm saying. It may not happen, but at this point, I'm not doing anything until I see what happens. But at this point, that's what I'm expecting. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong, but I don't see all the apes. I don't see all of these people. I don't see everything being so super bearish and that actually playing out. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, maybe somebody sees it and sees an aspect that I'm missing, and I'd like to hear about it, but I don't see it. I mean, we know it's not going to cause this fucking stupid squeeze, but yeah, if there's one thing probably scammier than the market, it's probably private equity. This is why you never hold contracts over the weekend that follow the trend of the end of week close. Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, I don't have anything on. I have a couple things on that are unrelated to any of this, or they're just single stock, longer term things. But, yeah. Yeah, and you're probably right, Lynn. And I'm not saying it's going to go up and stay up, but or maybe this is the rally and it'll sell off before market opens and it'll rally again. Maybe it'll stay up until market opens and it'll sell off at market open. I don't know. There's a lot of different tricks they could use, let's say. A lot of different plays out of the playbook. And this, yeah, isn't this annoying? These fucking late day sell-offs that's like, okay, yeah, let's rally the shit and then just sell it off at the end of the day. I mean, you gotta be I don't know. I hate this market. I fucking hate it. I really do. I hate the market. Can't stand it. I'll be honest with you. I fucking hate it. I think it is the biggest piece of shit that we have. Be honest. But my way of fighting it, so to speak, is to make money from it. That to me, I mean, maybe it's hypocritical, but who cares if you lose money? You just got taken. I want to take money from this fucker personally. And it's not going to make any difference on anything. I know. I know. I know. But at least I can say I at least I can say I dealt with the bullshit and I have something to show for it rather than, you know, yeah, all this. It's still talking about fucking FTDs. All that this clown has to show for it is his little FTD chart. What a fucking shame. I mean, you could be showing your gains. No, you're showing a chart with FTDs. How cool is that? You're awesome.
Definite
Yeah.
reason why we're
Market
getting
make
good price
gonna
action
be a
and
lot of
extremely bullish. I
recently
also
withdrawn
think
money
shorts
needs
are
to go
losing
somewhere.
control
True.
of the stock because of high cost of borrow rates, naked shorting, and things of that nature. The FTDs and the cost of borrow rate at being at 100% and pinned at 100% and over 100%, about 110, 120%. That is putting a lot of pressure on the shorts and making it very hard for them to
I
open
don't
new
think
short
that it
positions.
is.
And it puts a cost to borrow yearly on their
And the
current
market
short positions.
makers, they got to get those DTE right. And God, I played some 0-day options last week, a couple days, and I'm the only thing that I mean, you have to take the fucking profit immediately. Like you cannot fuck around. You can't sit around and wait for it to go up at all. If it pops, you got to fucking take it then. And one day I got burned, the other day I didn't. But holy shit, I'm not gonna lie. If you're a degenerate gambler, it's probably the thing for you. Seriously. And you know how to enter and exit a position. It can be really a lot of fun, but also it can be infuriating because of these fucking swings out of nowhere that we get. And it's like none of this is based on anything real. None of this shit is real at all. None of it is based on anything that has any connection to any fucking company ever in any company. None of this shit makes sense. None of it makes sense. None of it's connected to reality. Who the fuck knows what these actual stocks are worth? Be honest. Nobody fucking knows. And I don't think anybody cares at this point. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. What difference does it make? It's just pure speculation. Uh, yeah, it's pure spec. I just don't even know. It's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And to think that, you know, so many people take this shit seriously and that so much depends on this system, it really is pretty absurd. I mean, to me at least. I mean, I'm a 40-year-old dude who's not married, has no kids. I have no responsibilities in the world. So I could say that, I guess. But yeah, it is. The more you learn, the worse you do because you think that it's a proportional, okay, I'm gonna, learn more and I'll be that much better. Not really. I mean, I still think it's better to be informed because I would never want to sound like one of these idiots on here. And even saying stuff like I hate the market and it's not connected to reality it puts me in danger of being lumped in with that. I realize that. But I don't think that there's a point where you lose sight, you lose plot really. You gain too much knowledge, well, quote unquote, too much knowledge, and there's no such thing, but you are you're not thinking about the right things anymore. And I'm not talking about FTDs and cost to borrow, because at the end of the day, there's no rhyme or reason to a lot of this. It makes no sense. Why is crypto pumping today? Well, somebody decided, well, I don't know. Nobody knows why anything happens. Nobody knows if anything's gonna happen. And it's a game of reacting to it and it not being false because it'll go, let's pump the shit up all the way until the fucking 9:30 bell. And then boom. Ha, sorry. Ha. Yeah. That shit, like, and that happens. It absolutely happens. What are you going to do? You can't plan for that except be skeptical of everything, question everything, second guess everything. And don't be so rigid in your assumptions that you can't. Then you'll end up like the apes. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Listen to Donnie. Listen to Donald, or I'm sorry, Donahue George. Donahue George. Donahue gonna make
It's
me
not financial advice. It's
lose
not
my
legal advice,
money.
entertainment, educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos.
This is it. This is the last one.
Like button, subscribe button.
Begin on him, end on him.
So you get the videos I put them out. I'm thinking, see, I'm analyzing that data.
Donnie, you're a bookend.
Every day, the day they release us is false. I'm gonna give us a false narrative.
Yeah, false.
Make bad trading decisions. Listen.
Bad.
Listen. Janet Yellen.
3 listens. Does that mean the float was sold 3 times? I don't know.
Yesterday said that the feds were not bailing out Silicon Valley Bank.
Silicon Valley Bank. It's not that Silicon Valley. Donnie, get your mind out of the goddamn gutter.
About an hour ago, guess what? The feds are bailing out Silicon Valley Bank. They're saying that no depositor is going to lose money. But the feds are alleging that they are not going to take the money from taxpayers.
Well,
so they're going to give Silicon Valley Bank $25 billion.
No, that's not what they said. That is not what they said, Donnie. Oh my God, you are so fucking stupid. That is not what they said. I mean, if it's a question of what they said or not, whether they said something or not, dude, you are getting fucked by anybody who actually reads the fucking documents. Yes, thank you, Badback. They didn't really bail them out. They have assets that are guaranteed, like Tasty Trades dude was saying. Yes, and they will make available up to $25 billion from the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which I don't know what that is. I'm going to look it up here, but as a backstop for this new program of loans. But they said that they don't anticipate on needing it. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe they will. And the Exchange Stabilization Fund is used for foreign exchange stabilization. It's an emergency fund. Allows the government to influence currency exchange. Oh, so this is how they manipulate the dollar. Oh, okay. Okay. Financed by $2 billion of the $2.8 billion gold surplus that they had in 1934. Okay, so originally created to stabilize the international value of the dollar following the collapse of the gold standard. Okay, you only learn something new every day. And I'm not going to get into Bretton Woods system and all this stuff, but basically. And they did use it in 2008. Okay, all right. They used it in, it appears to be used internationally. Okay, the IMF has $50 billion of special drawing rights, SDRs. Just went another foot down. Yeah, I'm going to get out of this rabbit hole right now. But you can see that, okay, this was funded by gold back in the day. The Nixon shock, and it's all here. You can read about it, right? But yeah, no. It's not a bailout, strictly speaking. It's not like TARP. I don't think it's like TARP.
But it's not going to cost us any money, well, up front anyway, up front anyway, what they're alleging, or the way, matter of fact, the way I'm interpreting it, the way I'm seeing it, they are going.
Great. So we know that this is going to be completely wrong then. He just told us that this is what I'm about to say is completely wrong. Don't just take it with a grain of salt.
What they're alleging, or the way, matter of fact, the way I'm interpreting it, the way I'm seeing it, they are going to give Silicon Valley Bank $25 billion, and Silicon Valley Bank is going to give them
crazy though?
$25 billion in assets. Now, here's the problem with that. Who actually determines the value of these assets? And
well, clearly, God damn, he looks like he's got gas pain from hell right now. Clearly, the apes determine that. Okay? Clearly, the apes determine the price. Because if they just decide to hold on to their shares, the price could go to $1 million. Best ape comment on Reddit. The price should be determined by the highest price someone is willing to pay. The price should be determined by the highest price that anybody is willing to pay. So the apes will come in and say, yeah, I'll buy a share for $4,000. The share is worth $4,000. These people have no clue. No clue. Anyway, that's a tangent, but anyway. Who's going to determine the price? Well, you are, Donnie. They're going to call you tomorrow and ask you.
The current state of the markets, what's worth $25 billion today on Sunday could be worth $5 billion tomorrow at the close of business. When the market closes at 4 o'clock tomorrow, what was worth $25 billion could be worth $5 billion because of the state of the market we're in. And eventually,
or it could be worth 100 million, billion, whatever you said, 100 million, billion. What's your point, Donnie Dick sucker?
Aren't worth $25 billion. When the feds can't sell or distribute these assets for their $25 billion, who will end up paying for that? Us, the 99%, the retail.
Oh, here we go.
Funds, the taxpayers.
I don't know if it was Tom on there that was saying it, Chris, or if it was one of the guests. They did have two guests, so I don't know if it was Tom, Tony, Chris, or Ilya. But they were talking about it earlier, and I actually really liked what they were saying. Made a lot of sense. They were basically saying a lot of the stuff that we were saying. Not to, whatever, but I mean, yeah, they don't think it's systemic. And yeah, what the fuck does this guy pay for?
So this is 2000.
Yeah, with all of his fraudulent lawsuits that he's filed, he was trying to get on disability 2 or 3 times. I mean, yeah, this guy is a fucking sponge is what he is.
Over again. These guys make risky bets. They lend money to over-leveraged hedge funds.
Was it Tom? Okay.
Makers, and then when it comes back to bite them, they just take our tax money and do it again.
No, they don't.
Absolutely outrageous. They said there would be no bank bailouts for their bad behavior, for their greed.
Model 3 dude, yep.
The Federal Reserve is bailing out Silicon Valley Bank again. It's absolutely outrageous. Please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think it is fair for the feds to be bailing?
It is fair? Fair. What? Fair? What are we talking about fair for? How many times do I have to tell you, Donahue? And everyone else who thinks this. Capitalism is not fair. It will never be fair. It will never be fair. And you can think that that's good or think that that's bad or think whatever you want about it, but it will never. One thing it will never be is fair. So why is this even entering the discussion here? It's not fair. Okay? But the system is not fair. But it's also not really that. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. It's actually blows my mind how much opportunity there is sometimes. More opportunity than I can handle. So it just all comes down to your attitude and whether you decide to play the victim who cries about it not being fair, or whether you take capitalism by the balls and make something of yourself. It's not impossible. It's absolutely possible. Not with this attitude. And you can hate the system like I do and still find a way to come to peace with it enough to eat some money out of it every week. But you don't have to love it. It's just business. It's just business. But these guys have taken it to a whole other level of profane, personal. They take it personally. Yeah. God damn it. What the fuck are his dumbass followers saying? Janet Yellen needs to be immediately arrested and put in prison for life. Profane entitlement. Thank you. There you go. We're never going to get paid as long as government keep bail out the crooks. Well, you're never going to get paid anyway if you don't actually work for anything. Holding a worthless stock is not really that valuable, turns out. It turns out the market decided that it wasn't that brave of a thing to do. Who would have thought? Bank runs won't stop and the feds can't bail out every single one. Banks can't exist without customers. Trust and faith in the banking industry is lost, at least in the short term. Oh, really? Don't think so. See, this is why, I think this is why whoever was talking about a freeze on social media talking about this is absolutely why. And I'm not saying that I agree with it, but you know how I feel about misinformation. And this video is complete misinformation from top to fucking bottom. And this influences people. This influences their ways of thinking about things. And we'll see if anybody on here says, no, not one single person. It's total bullshit. They privatize the gains and socialize the losses. That's the fiat Ponzi. Fiat Ponzi. Look at you. You know fiat. Wow. That isn't our Chuck, is it? No. You actually thought that they were going to let wealthy bank going to hold their wealthy bankers accountable. Is that really what's happening here? Are they I mean, we're talking about the depositors not losing their money. That's different than the bankers. These people are so confused. Fuck. All right, one last look at the futures, then I got to split. Still up 1%, still up around 1% on the NASDAQ, on the S&P, on the futures. Dow's 0.8. Crude's flat. Natural gas is up 0.75%. Gas is down 0.1%. The VIX is down 4.5%. Or right around a point. This is a VIX futures. What are these, 10 or 20? Why do I have soybean meal? I want a ZN, baby. ZN. So now this is interesting. Just make sure we're on 10-year. This is the 10-year Treasury note. It is down. This is the note. Is down now. It's trying to claw its way back up or something, but this is down. So we would see the yield up, and we see the dollar is also down quite a bit here. But you know, the 10-year is almost a point lower than where it closed on. Yeah, we're right at 1 point. Closed lower where it closed on Friday. So I think it's going to be interesting here what the way that the correlations line up and stuff. It's probably going to be out of whack. Maybe for a minute, but 1 hour candle. What are we talking about here on the bonds? Yeah, maybe tomorrow night. Yeah, maybe tomorrow night we'll see what happened here. Catch up. You know, see what ended up transpiring. Like I said, it could be. I'm not going to say it could be anything, but you know, I mean, the most sensible take on it I've heard was from Tasty Trade. I mean, and like Bloomberg's not freaking out about it either. I mean, they're trying to say they got articles, you know, they got an article from their editor board that talks about how this is not a systemic issue. So, yeah, it's I'm going to try to get to where they talk about this and they can play us out on it. I want to catch the first part of Dylan Radigan here, see what they talk about. So I'll have this play us out, and then that'll be it. It could be nothing. It could be not nothing. It could be something in between, but I'm not getting my hopes up for anything major, except potentially a major rally. Yep, mob mentality. Yeah, makes it easier for the Fed to stay the course because this is evidence that, hey, you know what? Guess what? It's not evidence that it's not working. I'll tell you that, right? All right.
I think, you know, you have to be
Good night, guys. I'll catch you later if you want to catch this.
No, I just think that
I'll have it on here, and then that'll be it.
An event to trigger a bottom, and I think that was the event.
Sticking around,
man. There has to be. Well, I mean, here you want to bring Dylan on so we can get a.
Yeah. Let's bring Dylan on.
Dylan Radigan, thank you so much for joining the show.
Hit the light.
Are you in parts unknown, or are we going to know where you are?
I'm always in parts unknown.
That's fair enough.
Parts unknown is a really cool place to live, Dylan. It's a really cool place.
We have great weather here.
Well, thank you I know you're in Milan, Italy, and so thank you so much for joining us. But you're always on. I'm sure a lot of people have asked for your 2 cents on this. So I wanted to throw it out to you. You know, first, the whole concept of bailouts. I'm sure you heard and read what Janet Yellen talked about today. And then the whole idea of, you know, the whole contagion thing. I mean,
hell yeah, Chris.
I don't know. It drives me a little nuts, but I'm curious to get your take.
For me, this is going to be the best example yet of the rules that were made in 2008, 2009, which were to create one type of bank that is a too big to fail bank, and then everybody else, right? And so, if you have a systematically significant financial institution, or whatever they called, you know, the big four, Wells, B of A, JP Morgan, and Citi, who can't fail because they're legally bound to be bailed out forever by law. And if you don't have your money in one of those,
why aren't they bitching about that?
You've never had to face the challenge. I do agree. I forget who was talking about this, but I do agree that if they allow this bank to fail in the sense that it doesn't ultimately pay back 100 cents on the dollar to its depositors, not necessarily tomorrow morning, but over some period of time, that the real risk is with all the other non too big to fail banks.
You
right?
do agree that, I mean, I think that the chances that you don't get that depositors don't get 100% of their money back is minimal, is zero.
I agree.
That's what we're talking about here.
It actually has to be made very clear tomorrow that that's going to happen in order to preserve. I just think that if you allow the possibility that a depositor is going to be not made whole, that you put all of the non too big to fail banks at an incredible risk, because it'll create if you think there was a run on Silicon Valley Bank, you know, why would you keep your money at a bank that wasn't one of the big four that are the legally authorized too big to fail banks, if it's possible that you don't get 100 cents on the dollar. So in other words, let's assume Silicon Valley Bank is some combination of bad management and fraud. It's not a systematic. There's clearly no evidence of some sort of.
No. I think it's
not a bunch of bad loans. Blah, blah, blah.
No.
Rating agencies. It's a bunch of jackasses who poorly ran a bank, and maybe were criminals. But for sure, we're doing a bad job, even if it was not fraud. So that, who knows? Other people will know more about that than I ever will. My point is that if depositors are put at risk because of it, I believe the number one risk is in deposits and equity at all of the too big to fail banks. That's what I'm curious to see how PNC, I mean, you can go down the list of all the rest of the banks. Why would you leave your deposits there?
It's been very hard for us to tell over the last couple. I mean, obviously we've seen some, nervousness at like Schwab, because I don't exactly know what all the rumors were, but they act like a bank. And I'm sure some of the other banks have been soft, but on Friday, like JP Morgan was higher, things like that. But what have you seen elsewhere outside the US? Has there been any, what's happening elsewhere throughout Europe?
I mean, I won't say elsewhere, but here in Milan, which is the banking capital for obviously Italy, but more than Italy, is a European banking capital. There's not a sense of anxiety. Certainly, like when I talk to my sources and friends in the financial services industry here, it's more like, what were those guys doing at Silicon Valley? It's more a question of who are the fools running. It's not perceived as a referendum on banking, or on credit markets.
I agree.
Or on anything systematic. It's more intrigue. It's like, who are the jackasses that were running that bank, and what exactly were they into, and how will the U.S. regulators how will they contain it to those jackasses and not let it ripple out into all the other banks? It's it's one part, a little bit of fascination with what was going on there, and then intrigue as to how will regulators prevent this from rippling.
So do you think that, because I think Yellen said the right thing, which is we're not bailing them out, but essentially we're going to help to facilitate.
We're not going to bail them out. We're just going to guarantee everything.
We're not going to bail them out, but we're going to help to facilitate a buyer. And so,
I mean, I think their best case is they get JP Morgan, Citi, Chase, or Wells. I think that's the big four, to buy them before they open tomorrow for nothing. Right? Like I think there's a coin toss chance.
It's the Bear Stearns model.
Huh?
It's the Bear Stearns model.
Bear Stearns without the $2.
It's the same shit, different decade.
Exactly.
But here's
their best case.
You're basically, see, the difference is at Bear Stearns and Lehman and things like that, there were products with risk. This one is just some long-term, this is like 10-year paper, government paper mostly.
Which is why it's a layup for JP Morgan.
Exactly. There's no risk in the trade. You're just basically lending money at some number of basis points over the yield to maturity. That's all it is. It's free.
All you have to do is use your balance sheet to stabilize the psychology, and then just can wait to collect on all the promissory note, all the notes.
That's right.
Have shown no evidence of being compromised.
Right. Which is why I don't understand why, listen, they screwed up, but this seems like it's an easy buyout.
I agree. I'm expecting a transaction before the open tomorrow. I think that if everybody is not, incoherent, I think that the only issue is going to be here is there's all this, the big executives were all selling stock 2 weeks ago. Like, this is going to be much more about either bad management or criminal fraud.
That's where the fraud comes in. I agree.
Oh, that is the fraud, Tony. Tony, listen, their mark-to-market losses started a year and a half ago. The fact that they didn't disclose those losses and that they sold stock knowing that they had giant mark-to-market losses, that's criminal. That's what Dylan's saying. That's a layup. I think this is an absolute layup.
But I think that's why I think that the market knows way more than I ever will. But the market is not in a fit this afternoon or this evening, right? If you look, whatever it's doing, it's not.
No, the S&Ps and the NASDAQ futures are up, and bonds are higher too.
So I would argue that the market it moved past this. I think the market is at the point where they're like, okay, this is not a systematic issue. The money will get paid. Ideally, one of the big four has a deal to buy them for $0 tomorrow, and it all goes away. And then it's just a criminal issue with these people that were selling stock in a company that they knew was worthless.
So the risk,
and then we move on and talk about something else. I think that bank failures are always so shocking and exciting and sort of nerve-wracking. And after what we went through in 2008, that anything like it, brings up, it's like trauma recall from 2008, 2009. But I think this will move very quick. I'll be shocked if this is a topic beyond a soap opera for a criminal trial with the management.
No, we can't get Sam Bankman-Fried or SBF in jail. We're not going to get anybody from SVB in jail. I mean,
don't you?
They don't go in alphabetical order. I mean,
you need to have real money to stay out of jail. You need to have tens of billions will keep you out of jail. I don't think these fools have that kind of dough.
I think there's going to be, I think there could be bunkmates.
I mean, if anything, I would say there's, maybe it's even too late because it was already turning Friday. But if the non too big to fail banks open lower, I think that's probably a buying opportunity personally. Because I think it's sort of a overreaction, like whether, again, I don't even remember these days whether it's Fifth Third and PNC, whatever the sort of fifth through 10th largest banks are. Because JP Morgan, Citi, Wells Fargo, and B of A are basically government institutions that collect private profits. They were certified as such in 2009. It's that next tier down that people are like, oh, well, if there's a run on, if they don't pay 100 cents at Silicon Valley, then why would I leave my deposits at PNC or wherever? I'll move it over to JP Morgan because I know JP Morgan, they'll always bail them out, right? So I would say that there's a risk profile with that set of banks, but also maybe an opportunity. And then I think really it comes down to the insanity of the solution to the financial crisis, which I think creating two classes of banks is nuts. Because how does a small regional bank compete with a bank that's guaranteed by the government? Like four banks are guaranteed by the government, but collect all the profits, and everybody else is the law of the jungle. It's just, it's nuts.
Mr. Radigan, that was beautiful.
Good job out of you, Dylan. Thank you so much.
You like my Johnny Depp pause before I said it's nuts?
Yes. It was very, on the night of the Oscars, it was very dramatic.